is going to defeat the purpose of legalization.
And not to mention the small grower in the medical field, like you're growing for your partner, and now you have to undergo all this stuff, and supposedly you're selling the excess, but you can't afford the license, much less testing.
So we're after lunch.
Okay. So I'm going to encapsulate that discussion as an issue with having to test every batch for certain things versus, maybe some other, random testing or things like that.
I think it's
on the usable marijuana aspect, on basically batching gardens, batching rooms on flowers, so we can bring more to the market more efficiently with higher diversity. So, from our standpoint, it's like this. Okay, I'm a clean green certified farmer. If my product comes back tested for a pesticide positive, I'm actually facing legal ramifications because I've agreed, I've signed this thing, I'm actually classified as a third-party inspected organic, say, farmer. If something comes back with a pesticide, I can face lawsuits, I lose my license, certification, all this kind of thing. So maybe we should start to think about offering, okay, if there are these accredited third-party certifications, that if they have that, if they do, say have 5, 10, 15, 20 batches that go successful, however many, I don't necessarily think it should be one. I think it should be focused on maybe weight, volume, statistically, how much is going to market, and doing that analysis to maybe pre-qualify, to just have these things in order so we can get the really high-level quality farmers to the market easily.
Okay. All right, let's
This
try
comes
to.
back to the original point of your definitions here.
I get that. I get that.
Shannon, I think what you might want to do is just direct the sampling subcommittee that's dealing with all of this stuff now to look at how to incorporate combining batches for pesticide analysis. Because you could have larger batch sizes for pesticides. You can't really for other things, but you could for pesticides. But more important than maybe having larger batch sizes would be that if people had very small batch sizes, they could combine them to at least 10 pounds and not have to do a $400 pesticide test on every pound. But the sampling committee is so deep in this, if you ask them to look at it, they'll be able to tell you how to make it work.
Yeah, I agree with pesticides only, and also just to frame it around usable marijuana. I think we have to keep it there for now.
So this is something that's being talked about now, is this like combining our, say if we have up to 10 pounds getting that all in one batch by all of this being grown in one room, that's accredited through a lab, and if there's that transparency, there is talk of combining that all and getting your full sample to do that one 10-pound batch, say if you have 15, 20 strains.
There was talk. I don't believe there is still talk now, but there should be. So
This could go along with the micro-grower concept that was presented last week when certain society grower.
Is this something we should really start pressing our legislators on heavy to keep this conversation like in everyone's face?
So the only decision about this that was made was at the OLCC RAC, and the testing subcommittee voted on how to do it, and then the overall OLCC RAC voted on it. But I believe full authority over how to do it is now with the OHA.
Yeah, and I would submit that if OHA has authority in this regard and has, no current legislation that eliminates the opportunity of combining batches, that we keep it within the technical groups and not take it to legislature to be very technical.
Right. It's not a legislative mandate. It's something that can be worked out in rule.
So we're presenting all the information you guys are needing. Is there more information to make this more clear? Why we need to be able to homogenize some of this pesticide testing and batching reality so we can, save the money to the patients, save the money to the growers on this kind of level, for these micro grower levels?
I think I understand the issue. Yeah. Okay, so let's move on now. Are there any other definitions that people want to talk about?
I'm concerned about number 22, where a producer has the same meaning as person designated to produce marijuana by registry identification card holder. Isn't producer a subcategory of that rather than the exact same thing?
may need to be fixed based on, yeah,
Okay, thank you.
good.
Shannon, there's one other thing too that kind of ties into the definitions. You mentioned earlier there wasn't really a concrete requirement as to who has to do the testing. Dispensary to do it or whatever. And then OIR, let's see, I had it in my notes here, is 007, 037, and 071, demands that laboratory personnel do the collection, do the sampling.
Okay, so just hold that thought.
Okay.
We're gonna get there.
All right.
Okay. Any other definitions? Okay. So 0320 on page 14, so that sets out, so the way these are organized, it's going to tell you sort of the different sort of marijuana item and then what it has to be tested for. So usable marijuana, dried leaves and flower, defined as dried leaves and flower, has to be tested for pesticides and microbiological contaminants, water activity and moisture content, and THC and CBD. And then if usable marijuana is going to be used by a processor to make an edible, it has to be tested for pesticides before it's processed. And if I'm remembering the reason for that, it's because pesticides could get concentrated in the processing. And then once that, and we're not testing edibles themselves for pesticides because you wouldn't know if the pesticide was coming from a food product or from the cannabis. So I don't know, Malcolm or Jeremy, does that, am I saying that right?
I had actually thought that what we settled on, I had not thought that that's what we settled on at the OSCC. Pesticides can be concentrated probably up to tenfold in concentrates. And you can have flowers that pass pesticide testing, but then concentrates made from them don't pass. And I thought that what we settled on was that initially we had a model where everything was going to be tested prior to every transfer, either to retail or to any other processor. And then to save costs, we made it so things were only tested just prior to retail. And then the one exception to that was going to be concentrates prior to being transferred to any downstream producer.
Essentially it's in two places. So
now you have flowers and concentrates prior to non-retail transfers. Is that right?
yeah, so in 0320 sub 2, so if the usable marijuana is going straight for use into an edible, I guess without being made into a concentrate or extract first, it would have to be tested for pesticides first. And then in 0330, every process lot with cannabinoid concentrate or extract prior to being used by a processor has to be tested for pesticides and solvents.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So if you're going to transfer flowers to a concentrate maker, you don't have to test them right then because the concentrate maker will have to test them prior to. And I think it might end up starting to be a market force requirement that concentrate makers make people test their flowers before they buy the flowers out of the trim. But we had kind of decided to go, let's see, there was no reason to legislate that.
Well, it's true too, because really as a concentrate maker, you're going to want to have pre-tested material because the last thing you want to do is inundate your whole system with some microbutanol or something, whatever. So it's like they're going to want that. But either way, when it hits the market as a concentrated form, even if it wasn't apparent in the flower, there's micro amounts in it for sure. It's apparent concentrated.
You will pick it up in the flower if it's there, or the trim mainly. Sometimes there's going to be more pesticide residue on the trim than the flower. So, as one of our companies, it's in our best interest to test all trim for pesticides, because we've had it happen where it has come back positive, and it's a real bummer. So we don't want to do that.
Yeah, so to Mavely's point, that's something that the market is going to bear out. That's not something that's being required by our rules.
As of right now, I think there is some not requirement of the trim to be tested, but there is in 0330. I completely agree with subsection 3 that extract should be tested for those contaminants. Would like to just look at 0320 usable marijuana being tested for pesticides before going to an edible. Maybe just a quick risk assessment, looking at it right now in discussion, and maybe some additional review. I tend to think that potentially this requirement isn't necessary, and I'm trying to understand why it was put into place there. Testing flower before it goes to edible. We understand if we're doing a concentration process, we're potentially concentrating those pesticides. Typically from a usable marijuana into an edible, you're going to be reducing the concentration of a pesticide because that even if that usable marijuana in its entirety were going to be put into the majority of edibles, except for maybe a hard candy, which usable marijuana wouldn't be put into anyways, it'd likely be an extract. You're not, unless you have obscene levels of pesticides, I guess that's your worst case and what your risk is. If you have obscene levels of pesticides on that flower and then that's put into an edible, that would transfer those into the edible itself. But I think there's some discussion.
But we're not, I think that what you're missing is that we're not testing the edible for pesticides because you're not going to be able to tell where the pesticide's coming from. So that's why we're saying before usable marijuana goes to a process that's going to make it edible, you have to test the usable marijuana for pesticides. Otherwise, it's not going to get tested for pesticides.
What if there was
Could I shift gears on the same section here?
Let's finish this.
I guess my question is, what is the risk that it needs to be tested? I mean, obviously, yes, pesticides could end up being edible, but looking at it from, the majority of the time, you're going to be taking usable marijuana that has some level of pesticides, and we could do a little exercise with a low level and a very, very high level.
I thought everything's not supposed to have any pesticides in it. Why are we talking about usable marijuana with pesticides in it? We're going to extract usable marijuana. It doesn't make sense.
So what if there was sometime in next year, or because there may be, what if somebody decides their harvest is failing, they know that they're going to fail this. The crop is going to go down, so we're going to spray pesticides and hope for the best in the end and test it out. If it were to fail,
It would still have to be even to say, like, if we're talking a 7 gram for the whatever market, and they say it comes with cheesecloth and it comes with directions on how to make butter and you whatever process. So you take that usable marijuana that should be tested before it's sold in the market anywhere, wherever it goes, correct? I guess I'm kind of confused.
I guess what my point was, and maybe backing down on it a little bit, was that potentially usable marijuana that's going directly into a cannabinoid edible should not be required to be tested for pesticides, because the pesticides on that usable marijuana, the weight per weight of the marijuana going into most edible products is so low that you're diluting the concentration of pesticides in the final product.
But this sounds like we're saying pesticides are allowable in our finished product.
No, I'm not. What I'm trying to do is reduce the testing burden at certain points in the process if there isn't justifiable risk to public health.
I guess I'm still kind of confused, because if someone's failing a crop and then they spray some type of pesticide on it because they're failing their crop, then you're saying that that's allowable to go to an edible?
No.
So hold on one second. So we're specifying, right, that usable marijuana before it's sold in that form to a consumer has to be tested for pesticides. This sub 2 here is accounting for what happens if you have usable marijuana that's going to be made into another product. And at some point we want that also to be tested for pesticides. We're not testing an edible is not going to be required, once it's made, is not going to be required to be tested for pesticides. We want the usable marijuana tested for pesticides before it goes into that edible. That's what Jeremy was addressing.
Yes, so
So we want to make sure
Is
that
that not happening normally?
along the way.
Oh yeah, I thought that was a normal thing. If someone has a finished product, even if it's going to an edible, if it's going to a concentrate maker, if it's going to whatever, that's tested for pesticide before it's turned into any product.
No,
So
we're
now-
not specifying in these rules sort of necessarily what the business practice is going to be for doing the testing. So we're not saying for every marijuana producer that before usable marijuana leaves your premises, it has to be tested for pesticides. You could send it to a processor, and then it would be tested sort of down the road.
But then we're having
By the
this
processor.
problem right here where they're saying, unless it goes to an edible processor, then you don't have to test it. And they don't have to test it either.
No, we're saying then you do have to test
Okay.
the usable marijuana for pesticides before it gets made into an edible.
Yes.
I was the one that's saying that maybe we shouldn't, but I'm gonna.
Right, you were.
Yeah.
So I was hearing that clear, there was all right. So we are going to test all usable marijuana for pesticides that goes into the marketplace, correct?
At some point in the supply chain.
All right.
Yes.
I certainly agree with that.
Okay.
Yes. I didn't realize that's what you thought was happening. Okay, I guess I did.
Could I bring up my other concern about this section? And maybe I'll pose it as a way of a question here. Water activity and moisture content, what are we trying to accomplish here? And how, I guess question two is how would we as growers be able to ensure that we comply with this?
Also, water activity. And first, can I just say, in Jeremy's defense, the levels of pesticides on flour in general are much less scary than they are in concentrate. They do get diluted when you put them into edibles, and then eating pesticides is something that is also way, way less scary than doing dabs of pesticides. So it is way, way less risk. But I do think we've decided to not let any pesticides at all get out through the supply chain. I think this is all solved here pretty well. Water activity?
Yes, please.
What's the question exactly?
What is the public health concern requiring this sort of testing? I don't know the cost. It seems that a lot of, oh, this is not going to cost that much, and that's not going to cost that much. As long as you put all your pennies together in a jar, it does. But if we're testing for these two pathogens, as in E. coli and Salmonella, what does the moisture content have to do with this flour in particular? My point, would it be kind of self-regulating if you're going to bring in a wet bud to a dispensary, they're going to send you out your wet?
So wet buds, right?
Yeah, just
Or cured.
Try this because it smells sour and stuff, so.
Isn't this just a normal, in your analytics, it's just a normal thing that you guys have, is that water percentage, right? So it's not an extra cost or extra time, right?
No, it is. It's another test. I think it's the cheapest test in any of these labs. The reason for it is that if you're below about 0.65 water activity, nothing can grow. So we actually put it in there a long time ago as a way to not have to do a whole bunch of other microbiological tests. Because if you're cured down to below 0.65, nothing can grow and you're safe. And it was just way cheaper and way quicker to do the water activity test and then not test for total yeast and mold and all this other stuff. So that was the rationale.
Okay, and that makes sense. I'm just wondering how growers can test this before bringing it in to make sure we're going to
Well,
meet that.
you are allowed to retest after a failed water activity test. The lab would just say you didn't cure your stuff quite enough. It's a little too damp still. And you could go and cure it a little longer and then retest it. The fact is almost all cannabis is cured down to about 0.65.
And just
So we did a surveillance study and that's what people like it at. I mean, very few samples are ever up to 0.7. It does happen, and it doesn't indicate a slightly increased risk of different mold growing. And it's just a cheap, easy way to test it.
As a side note, to help out cultivators, is you can go get yourself a field water activity meter that is relatively easy to use for about $1,000 and just do screens yourself before you send it to the lab for the actual test result. So you can do some in-process quality control at the cultivation. Or labs have field meters that they can work you with as well.
I mean, a lot of this is just proper curing and management techniques, you know, also help kind of guide people, I guess, in some ways.
And Mowgli's absolutely right. You know, that 0.65 was put in place to eliminate some of the other microbiology tests that could have come down effect, and they may in the future. You know, some of these old folk they count, you know, depending on where it goes. But at the time, you know, the water activity is, you know, $25 at the laboratory. You can have a field test, you know, around $25. You can have a field tester to test it yourself. It's going to ensure that you're likely going to pass all of the microbiology tests. so it's a little bit of a confidence there. The water content, as it's laid out, is a requirement because of the reporting of dry weight that has come through current rule for usable marijuana, which will give more of an apples-to-apples comparison of the product on the shelf when you take into account that water weight. Just some consistency in the results and the labeling that is in the marketplace.
Versus someone taking their product down, just get high percentages or whatever, but a properly cured product's gonna be in between that 5 and 7 range. Sorry, if it is testing at 7, is that a fail? Or is it, if it's testing at 7 and you test your microbial reality and that's all clear, that's a pass? Like if it's 7% water and all the microbials are clean? Or are you guys even testing microbials?
So right now it's just salmonella and E. coli. The total yeast and mold is going away. So the labs won't be doing it. So right now if it comes in at 0.7 water activity, you'd have to go and try a little further. So in Colorado right now, they're still doing the total yeast and mold, and they're failing 5 to 10% of samples for it all the time. You know that 10% of the pot in Colorado isn't too moldy yet. Like, I just don't believe that. Like, that test just picks up so much stuff. It picks up everything. It doesn't correlate with anything pathogenic or dangerous. We could go back to that. I mean, some moldy stuff does get through sometimes. But in general, I think people can stop that stuff. And this is just sort of the easiest, most accurate, cheapest way to know that there isn't stuff on it.
And just it seems very practical, and from my standpoint too, I'm in agreement with it.
I have to. What is the cost comparison?
They're both probably around $20 to $30, $20 to $50 per test, depending on what laboratory you go to.
Okay, so I should rephrase that. The cost of the current yeast and mold versus what we're proposing.
They probably, like, depending on the technology that you utilize, plate technology for total yeast and mold versus comparable technology or method for E. coli would probably be relatively comparable. You know, with salmonella, you have to have BSL level 2 laboratory capabilities, so there's some more infrastructure because you are dealing with a more pathogenic organism. But those costs would, kind of be part of the facility. Overall, just as a couple quick clarifying points, water activity of 0.65, you will fail if you're above that per current rule. The water content, there is no failure for that. That is the percentage of water, and the water activity is that 0.65 of particular kind of what water is available on the surface to microbial organisms to grow. That will fail. The percentage is just a report value. There's no failure for that. It just goes into the calculation of THC as we're required.
All right, we move on to 0330 then, concentrates and extracts. So if you have a concentrate or extract processed lot, and you're going to sell it in that form to consumers, it has to be tested for pesticides and solvents, and then THC and CBD.
Hate to jump in the solvents. Looking at the table, we can jump to that table 4. And there, I'm seeing some interesting numbers for butane residue. I think the state of Washington had adopted 500 parts per million as a limit. Some dispensaries here have all of I'm seeing 5,000 parts per million if I'm reading this correctly. People, I don't see it. Yes, I do. Yeah, 5,000, propane, hydrocarbon. So that's a substantial discrepancy. Arguably, the state of Washington numbers were kind of pulled out of the blue, I guess.
So I've asked
I don't know if
Dave.
you guys did any better.
So Dave Fair is our toxicologist.
Here.
No, try again.
Let's keep your mic on.
There you go.
All right, am I on now?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so the source of these numbers came from pharmaceutical testing. So a lot of pharmaceuticals are created by extracting using solvents, and so it's the same. These are the same numbers that apply to any pharmaceutical. So,
Right, yeah, those are standardized numbers. The guidelines are available. ICHQ3 is the international guideline. They are all based on administration by any route, so these do include an inhalation route. This is lots of toxicology data is available around solvents, and it's directly applicable to these products.
Right, it would have been really great to have this kind of information available for pesticides, but we didn't. So with solvents, we were really fortunate to have an international standard to be able to apply this. The same one used in the United States and in Europe and all over the world.
And just as a side note on this solvent list, this came out of a somewhat similar process to the pesticide list. I believe that this list hasn't had as much attention to it as a pesticide list. I know there's at least 1 or 2, potentially 3 that should be removed from this list because of, if we were to vet those in the same way that we do the pesticides. So I would like to have, another technical working group to look at this pesticide,
Yeah, and we're ready to enter that process with you.
Okay.
Just so you guys know, Jeff Raver showed up in the Salem meeting. Did you see his presentation? So he gave a talk about solvents. He runs a couple other testing labs. And I think his argument was that there's a good few things on here that don't need to be on here. And he had some ideas about limits that made sense to me. But we should just get it hold of. I asked him for the slides.
So
I was going to contact him and try to get a discussion.
So because solvents and what solvents are is such a highly technical question, what I propose we do is we do form a sort of a side group that come together and then bring back a proposal to make a recommendation to us, and then we'll bring it back, and the RAC will see it before we get done.
Yeah, I think that makes sense to me, and we're ready to do that.
Okay. Great.
Okay, so then
And it would be like one meeting, right? We think like.
Well, the technical work group to come up with the numbers, or the meeting where we report it out here. I think it might be more than one to do the review of all the.
All right, you and I will talk later. We'll figure out how we can do
Okay.
it. Yeah, right. All right.
Okay.
We don't have a lot of time.
Okay.
Okay, so still in 0330, so a process lot of a cannabinoid concentrator extract prior to being used by a processor, right? So this would be where you've got concentrated extract being incorporated into another product. Has to be tested first for pesticides and solvents. And then it would also have to be tested for microbiological contaminants if it doesn't go through a processing method that provides for sterilization. There's a definition of that.
We're on 0330 still?
Yeah.
I think there's a consideration that we need to make for certain types of cannabinoid concentrates being blanketly kind of grouped into a residual solvent requirement. Cannabinoid concentrates such as a mechanically extracted keef or cannabinoids in animal fat, cannabinoids in vegetable oil would be considered a cannabinoid concentrate but pose no risk of solvent contamination.
Or ethanol.
Yeah, or ethanol. It could be, a cannabinoid, or no, there's tincture now. But in any case, there's certain cannabinoid concentrates that are requiring residual solvent testing here, kind of back into that definitional space, that I think we could reduce that testing burden, save some costs, and have more applicable QCs for those product types.
What about a concentrate that say is, turned into a tincture, then would that, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, honestly, I've been looking at a lot of the dosage stuff recently, and I haven't wrapped my head quite around a lot of the testing specs yet, but I think that's, I have, but. So it would be, it depends. It really depends on looking at those definitions. I have a flow chart that I can provide that, it goes from, was it made with animal fat, yes or no, was it CO2, and it kind of goes out if those would all be required, and I could step back, we would use it internally mostly, but.
So basically, we can mitigate any kind of risk of there's some bypassing any kind of testing.
Right.
I love the chip flow chart and would love to see it too.
All right. Moving on to 0340, so this is cannabinoid products. So remember the definition of cannabinoid product includes edibles, and then things that are intended to be applied to a person's skin or hair. So sub 1, these are products, except for products applied to skin or hair, so this would be the edible category. They have to be tested for THC and CBD, and then homogeneity. So it's going to be sort of tested for pesticides and other things sort of before it's in this form. And we can, maybe now is the time to go into the rule that talks about homogeneity.
And then broadly, is this where we would insert, if there was a requirement to either, or an allowance for that two-part thing that Jeremy and I talked about earlier with the food testing, where they could either calculate it on their own using a certified program or engage in, going to a certified lab. Would that fit here, or does that?
I don't think.
You don't think so? No.
No, I don't think it's part of the testing.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
I think that piece is part of the sort of processing, the processor registration.
Got it. Okay.
Rules and the operating procedures and things like that.
Okay, that's all.
Now, is sub 1 here is supposed to be including edibles?
Yes.
I thought before we said we weren't testing edibles for cannabinoids. Here it says we are. So,
We're testing them for THC and homogeneity.
I thought we did in our previous discussion, we said that, yeah, we would be testing, trim, leaf, whatever.
But that's before it's an edible form.
Right.
This is testing of an edible in its edible form.
Okay, so we are going to be testing edibles. Not pesticides.
You're testing the usable marijuana
Okay, I got you. My
before it's
mistake.
being made
My mistake.
edible. Okay.
I oops.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, okay.
Okay.
All right. So the homogeneity. The homogeneity rule is in 0440 on page 18. Right, so the important piece here is that if you have an edible, you want to make sure that the THC and CBD content is ubiquitous throughout the product, right? And that you don't like bite the corner of the brownie and that's got all the THC in it and the rest of it doesn't have anything.
That's gonna be hard to do.
So edibles are going to have to go through a process sort of over 5 consecutive process lots to show that their product is homogeneous, and then once it's gone through that, as long as you're processing it in the same way, it won't have to be tested for that anymore. 0440 is where we're, that's the homogeneity, page 18.
And then letter A, sample from a batch. Wait, hold on, I just read it. Part B, in order to be considered homogeneous, the samples from 5 consecutive process lots of the same product must not exceed 30% relative percentage of THC.
Right, so that's, so you're gonna have, you can have some variability of THC, but it can't be off by more than 30%.
Why is there what appears to me to be a greater concern for extracts, maybe including other products, but extracts are generally pretty uniform.
Yeah.
Moving on to section 2, I'm sorry.
Yeah, and I'm trying to remember. So, okay, hold on one second, because we're not requiring, to go back and look at that, because we're not requiring concentrates and extracts to be tested for homogeneity. So, you remember Shannon Swantek from the lab, why we have the homogeneity requirement in sub 2, that rule, 0440. Here.
So the intention of the homogeneity section was because we believe in the beginning the lack of process control of the edibles was going to be a pretty big problem. So if you pass the 5 consecutive, when the sampling committee decides how much the edible of the edible batch you have to take initially, I think it's going to seem like a lot. And once you are passing the homogeneity testing, the amount of sample you take from that edible batch would be less. The extracts, because the extracts should actually be homogeneous from all I know about the process, if they can pass one homogeneity study with that particular processing procedure, from that point on, that batch only needs to take as much sample as needed for testing, and it doesn't have to worry about this being this representative random sampling because the product is homogeneous.
Right, but we don't have, I mean, maybe this is just an oversight. I don't know if it should or shouldn't be in there, but in 0330, we're not requiring homogeneity testing for concentrates and extracts.
And I think that was an oversight.
So do you guys think we need that? Madly, Jeremy, anybody else?
Well, it still gets back to B here. It doesn't say just pass one. I'm fine with what Shannon just said here, but that's not what's said in B. And there is that conflict you just pointed out. I guess.
Yeah, well, I think we're going to have to go back and piece that together, because I can't remember why we would have wanted a homogeneity requirement for concentrates and extracts if you're testing the edible, if you're testing the edible for homogeneity.
Yeah, I don't see why we would need it.
Right.
I don't think there's not much of a risk there. I mean, the only consideration potentially would be with precipitate of, cannabinoids in some type of oil or extract product where you're actually seeing those cannabinoids kind of crystallize out and then separate out, so there would be inconsistencies across the batch. I think the great majority of products, particularly BHO, shatters, dabs, whatever, are going to be quite consistent.
Because with something like a tincture, I presume that you would, sort of shake it, right? Because things are going to separate over time in liquid form or...
If an alcohol tincture, if it's made correctly, it stays homogeneous. It's just how it works out because everything's soluble in that.
Okay.
This also went back to how much the processor could call a batch. So if they were calling their entire week one batch, do we think that every day that week produced the same concentration of THC, if he wants to use it for an entire week and it was a bunch of different strains, it was supposed to show that a week's worth could be homogeneous. And that was then going to be a business decision. That's where it came from.
Yeah, that's a really good point as well, because we are allowing a process lot of extract, or the current rule is allowing a process lot of extract to be defined as, essentially an unlimited time frame of processing the same harvest lot, from day 1 to day 90. That could be significantly different, so you need to show homogeneity across that process lot. The process is validated, and then you can go run 90 days and take a sample and be good. Or whatever that.
That's what I
Okay. Maybe that's what it was. Okay.
I got a comment on the edible portion. This relates to the 5 milligram concept. Having to be within 30% homogeneity would only give a 1.5 milligram window to be off. And for the entire time that I've done my batch testing, I've never had batches that come within 1.5 milligrams of each other. That's just way too specific. Around 10 milligrams is more of a normal level of fluctuation. And 1.5 is incredibly difficult to maintain for any edible foods.
Yeah, I think there's some significant technical considerations with these homogeneity studies. We've touched on them just briefly in the sampling committee. Just as a brief talking point, even homogeneity, for instance, chocolate bars that would have sections, whatever those are. Is your homogeneity study going to look at those 10,000 chocolate bars, one full chocolate bar to another, or do you take one chocolate bar and do homogeneity of those 5 pieces? There's a lot of different kind of technical aspects to that need to be understood and, at least some process or standard process defined so that we see some consistency in the data that's being evaluated in these studies.
that's the same question that I had. I wasn't even sure from reading this, if this is, the homogeneity refers to the same batch or the same, you know, individual product. It's just very confusing.
The intent was homogeneity within the batch, so it wasn't 5 parts within the chocolate bar, although that was talked about at length. It was if you had 10,000 chocolate bars and you have 10,000 brownies, how many of those do you really have to take to tell if the batch was homogeneous? And I think in the beginning, depending on the product type, you have to take a lot to be representative. And I think this homogeneity was kind of like a pesticide waiver in that once you can control your process, you will take less. But in the beginning, the difference is a lot greater than 30% in a lot of the products we looked at data for. And so we want to kind of control those outliers where the difference can be up to 80% from piece within the batch to piece within the batch. And then the people who do have process control would pass that pretty easily as you go. The 30% itself is only within the batch. It's not from batch to batch.
Okay, we ready to move on?
Well, maybe. Can we explore this a little bit more, Dave's point around, it sounds like you're saying that because of the 30% variance that we've included in here, that may actually pose a problem with 5 and 50, right?
It's a completely different story when you're talking about a 10 milligram, because then you have 3 milligrams, you know, in a window. You obviously can't be above the milligram limit, so you would have to be below that. So with the 10, you can at least have a fluctuation of 3 milligrams, which would definitely be easier to do. But for a 5 milligram, if you're down in the 1.5 milligram level, it's going to be very difficult to approve any products.
And it's also pushing on the limits of analytical variability as well. I mean, if you have, you know, per standard validated method, there's going to be some analytical variability there, you know, because you have analytical variability that would contribute to that 30% plus the product variability. And Shannon, I don't know if you have additional thoughts on that.
I do agree there's analytical variability. I think we took this into consideration. From what I've seen on potency, the analytical variation is actually very small. And we were attributing most of this to sampling variation. But I don't know if we're looking at the 5 milligram really, or if we're looking at the 50. Like I thought the intention was to look at the product versus another product in the batch.
Well, we say that a sample is a serving size. So
we might have to revisit the 30.
But that wouldn't help if I had a single serving 5 milligram product.
Another reason to revisit the retail sales limits and serving sizes there on edibles.
I don't know if we're kind of wrapping up on this, but in some similar regard to kind of the homogeneity study is looking at the variability between usable marijuana and the field duplicate. And what is required there is plus or minus 30% relative standard difference between those two field samples. And there's no implication on if those fail. Is that, what's the intention if that fails, that plus or minus 30% on the field duplicate? Is it demonstrating that the batch is not consistent? Because we're gonna, I mean, we have, you know, documented scientific literature up to 25% in the plant already, plus a little analytical variability. I think some clarification around that, somewhat related to homogeneity piece needs to be considered as well.
Shannon and I talked about this, and I think the wording around the field duplicate with the flour might need a little adjusting. We didn't intend it to be collected with the flour. It was to show representativeness initially for all of the tests, including pesticides, but it's really not a good comment on representativeness if you're not actually doing it as a duplicate for pesticides. So it got left in as kind of an afterthought, but I don't think the flour is going to be necessary.
Have you evaluated, you know, as a random sampling regime versus what you're trying to do with animals, sample size and so forth?
I do think the LCC reg had a randomized system for pesticide testing was introduced. So we talked about having a randomized system where it would be similar to the waiver that's in the rule right now. You can't hear me?
I can. I think I misstated my question there. as far as sampling a given lot, you can sample after blanket fashion, excuse me, or a random fashion within that batch. For my professional work, my past life, I guess, we would employ a lot of random sampling. Just sample points in the forest were picked by a pinprick, literally on an aerial photo. And that's how we sampled what was growing in the forest of the range.
The sampling committee is only looking at randomized sampling schemes right now. I don't believe there's a scheme we're looking at that's not randomized. We're trying
Yeah,
to get...
he's talking about not testing every batch and doing
Are you?
more.
No, I thought this was the first time I answered.
No,
There's randomized sampling.
within a batch.
Okay, so within a batch, the only schemes we're looking at are randomized, and then just the numbers that were originally chosen really don't match the representative numbers in the literature. They're lower. So we're just wondering, within the randomized scheme, what do we need to actually take to stay representative? So we did reduce the numbers as much as we could, but the randomized part stays.
Okay. So just moving on, still at Z0340, so this sub 2. So these are topicals that we're talking about. So topicals have to be tested for THC and CBD and solvents. Any questions about that? Okay. So batch size is 0350. For usable marijuana, a batch is 10 pounds, and I think we don't need to revisit the conversation that we already had about that issues with that 10 pound. And then a processed lot is a batch. So however much is something that you're sort of making at one time using standardized procedures, etc. And batches have to be assigned a unique ID number. The sampling, which is on.
Hey Shannon,
Yeah.
could I just ask, I was just wondering where clone inspections fit in to all of this.
There are no requirements for clone inspections.
That's all going away, that's all going away once it's new, the article.
Right. Okay, so sampling at the top of page 16. I don't think that we should spend very much time talking about sampling because again, there's so ORLAB is the accrediting body for the lab. They've got a sampling subcommittee that's working on sort of outlining what the procedures and requirements are going to be for sampling. I think the other thing to mention along these lines is that there is going to be a lab scope, am I saying that right, for just sampling. So I don't think that there's much movement away from requiring that an accredited and licensed lab do the sampling, but you could be a licensed and accredited lab that only did sampling. I think that OLCC is interested in having a lower licensing fee for that, and the accreditation would be simpler. Okay.
I think that could work. Something here in the next session, only laboratory personnel may take samples. Because, I think it's impractical. It adds additional expense that we haven't accounted for in addition to the pesticide test and everything else here. I think growers need to be treated as adults, that we're responsible. We can follow these sampling procedures. The market incentive is there. It's crazy for me or some other people in the room who have to travel long distances to get to any laboratory versus paying them a ridiculous fee to come out and do the sample. This is not rocket science. Maybe I have experience sampling, so I'm a little biased there. But this is something that we could be educated or certified, take a class, and making sure we're familiar with the procedures. That could be random compliance. You're going to be out testing compliance anyway, so you can look for this sort of thing, sampling procedures. Pests, I hope would also be included in that. Pesticide residues. So I think the education component of it, we'd love to work with you.
And I'm going to disagree just a little bit there. I do think that sampling is a very technical field. There are estimates out there that say 75% of the uncertainty of the result is contributed to by the sampling procedure. Now, that being said, we do want to move towards a system where organizations and or growers can look at a technical sampling site and be able to do that sampling properly. I don't think in the first set of rules we were able to, the set of sampling rules that we will be accrediting to will be very, very prescriptive. And what we want this to move towards is an accreditation that looks at your quality system, which is your training and your personnel records and how you kept up with your training. And if you can keep up a quality system and create your own sampling procedures, that's sort of, it's moving towards a separate accreditation, but right now we're treating it separately in our accreditation to take that first step, because we do think that people can be trained and whatnot. We don't think those systems can be set up by June.
So you are looking to a progressive system to where, say, we are compliant, we are, everything is accountable, we do.
There is a separate ISO-based sampling accreditation that is available out there. We didn't think requiring it in this very first rule was giving people enough time to get two accreditations.
But for say someone like me that is accredited through these other systems like clean breeding, all these kind of systems, and through these other processes, and if I were to take this ISO standardization or accreditation program, I could say potentially in a year mitigate some of this reality or actually do this for someone else as a consulting firm.
And so I think you'll find that the single scope item accreditation of sampling plus your quality system, which will be your training files and whatnot, through ORLAP will be cheaper than the separate field accreditation out there. I do think you can get it fairly easily if you have those other accreditations and you've worked in a regulatory environment.
And I agree that we would want to move in that direction. I think the timelines now aren't very conducive for that. Overall, just my gut check is that, a sampling organization or a laboratory that has developed these procedures, has the ongoing accreditation in place, they may be more efficient even than bringing those systems into your own business, and I think there's some consideration there that a highly functional sampling organization is probably, from a business standpoint, going to be more efficient than you doing it yourself. It may not seem like it right now, but as operations scale up and, the market kind of changes, I think there's a consideration. But if a producer can demonstrate compliance with technical procedures and maintain that quality system, there's no reason not to allow them to in the future.
And part of that quality system is demonstrating a lack of conflict of interest that says, yes, you are adults, you can sample your own product, and you're going to do it with ethics. And quality systems need to be looked at, they need to be assessed, they need to be audited. So that is going to be part of the checks, and I think that's an important part.
Well, I would like to see growers given the option. I'm not saying this should be required. But if we have the skills, the training, whatever to do this, then that should be considered.
Is there a way we can put this in writing somewhere that we are going to allow this, or we are going to offer that?
This is that option. If you want to get a separate license as a laboratory that only allows you to sample as a grower, there's nothing that prohibits you from doing that. You just have to be accredited by the ORLAP program because it's technical, because we're the technical.
In that same context is the very technical ORLAP process that you guys have.
Yeah, I mean, I think if that scope change happens for ORLAP, a licensed grower could also get a laboratory license and get accredited and do their own sampling. It's a lot of work.
I mean, as I understand it now, you can't have your products tested by a lab that you have a financial interest in. We probably need a rule change to fix that.
Or maybe just
For the
sampling component, potentially.
Would this necessarily require a laboratory license? That's the problem.
Yeah,
And that's what.
Right now.
Right now it would. That's what we've got to figure out. Is there some sort of other license category for a sampling agent? And I just made that up just now, right? Like, or whatever it is.
Would it necessarily even require a license per se? Would it require a training?
Right now, yes.
have a training?
Right now, yes.
Right now, yes.
Right now, yes.
Rules.
We have to look at it. Yeah.
Yeah. I would like to see that rule change to require some training. Same thing with the pesticide issue in terms of going off, whether we decide on one crop or 4 or 12 months or whatever it is, maybe require, I sent you guys a notice that we had a Tillamook extension service on pesticide applications. leading to licensed pesticide applicator. We do something similar like that with sampling. I mean, it really isn't that difficult. Thank you.
Okay, so I think that we're due for a break. I think we're pretty close to getting through the testing. I think we're still going to be ahead of schedule. So 10 minutes? 10 minutes. 10 minutes. 10 after.
So which side
Well, here it is. We're turning on the speakers.
I've been waiting to order these for, we looked to see if we have new back meetings on. That just mutes us. We can't have more than 3.
It doesn't matter. Yeah.
Okay.
So we got pieces of paper to tell our
Matt,
opinion.
you email from Sunny? Yeah, I just did. Okay. So we need a call in number for ODA. What? Call in number for ODA.
Oh, okay.
So, got it. You'll get it. Is anybody on the phone?
Yeah, and it said that there were 2 people on the phone. If nobody has. I don't know if you can pull it.
Right.
But I hadn't started it yet.
Okay, I think we're going to go ahead and get started. Before I read the introduction, I want folks to know we actually have new microphones today, so we don't have to use the broken ones that we've been using for the last couple of meetings. So turn your mic on, and can folks in the audience hear me? Okay. A little bit. Okay. Can we turn it up a little bit? Yeah, great. No, I can't turn it up. She has to turn it up. So you touched the little man talking, right? You see the little man talking, like touch that, and that would be how we would speak. The red light will come on. We can't have more than 3 mics on at a time, though. So let's try to turn our mics off when we're done speaking. So it'll be fine. So this is, let me open up our little introduction here. So thanks for joining us for our latest Rules Advisory Committee meeting on marijuana. Some of you may be joining us for the first time in the audience, so we want to go through introductions of the RAC members. But before we do that, I want to provide you some information. Yeah, turn up just a little bit more. How's that? Folks, is that better at all? They think it sounds the same? Yeah. I think. How about now? Still the same? No. Right. It's a new system, bear with us. That's not it. That is that has something to do with it. How about that? No, that's not changing anything. What do you, Tracy?
Do we have any extra packets that were available at the front?
Okay. Hold on a second.
Related
Just give me a second. Just 1 second.
Are those chairs?
How about now? There we go. That's louder. That's definitely louder. Okay, great. So thanks for joining us for our latest RAC meeting. Convening a Rules Advisory Committee is the first part of the rulemaking process in Oregon. Administrative rules like the ones we're discussing today are adopted by agencies in response to laws that are passed by the legislature. So what we're doing is we're going to be issuing rules that are how we operationalize the statutes the lawmakers say they'll pass. So as I mentioned, the RAC, or the Rules Advisory Committee, is an early step in the rulemaking process. They're comprised of community members and parties impacted by the proposed regulations, and are convened to provide the agency, in this case the Oregon Health Authority, information and guidance on how we develop our rules. The way that we've been running this RAC is OHA and the Department of Justice have been presenting a proposed set of rules. Today we're going to continue to talk about serving size, and then we're also going to discuss labeling and testing. And what we've been doing is getting feedback from committee members during the meeting, and then we actually will bring back any edits that we have. We don't have any edits to bring back because we're discussing new stuff today. So the committee does not vote, and the committee is advisory to the agency. While these meetings have been open to the public, they are not public meetings, and therefore participation has been limited to committee members only. We do set aside time at the other meetings for public comment, and you can either participate in public comment orally, or you can submit it to an email address that we'll give you a little bit later. We have posted a presentation on this entire sort of rulemaking process on our rules website. Typically, rules committees are seated on an ad hoc basis. We have a committee that meets 1 or 2 times, they go over a rule, and the committee goes away. But what we've done is, because of the interrelated nature of all of the authority that the legislature has given to OHA related to rulemaking on marijuana, we decided to convene one RAC that has been meeting basically since November through now. And we've been talking about everything from the new regulatory and inspection requirements for dispensaries, processors, and grow sites. And now we're in the process of developing the rules on medical serving size, retail serving size, labeling, and testing. So after this process is done, after we get done taking comments from the RAC members, we then move on to the formal comment period for the public. And that's actually what we're going through right now on the rules on grow sites, processors, and dispensaries. So we had a meeting here in Portland on Friday, there was a meeting in Eugene on Thursday, there's a meeting in Bend today. And so these are, and then there's one in Southern Oregon later in the week. And so that's actually the formal opportunity, the actual hearing process. So we haven't gotten to the hearing process yet for these rules. We're in the hearing process for the rules that this RAC was engaged in November and December. So now I'm going to go ahead and take roll and go around to the RAC members, and please tell us the position that you represent so that folks in the audience know who you are. So John Bays, and let's see if your mics work too.
Mike working?
Yeah.
John Bays, marijuana grower advisor, owner of Green Bodie, and
great. Bob Blake.
Make sure how do I turn this
Talking
on?
man. Just push the talking man.
Talking man, sorry.
Person.
Bob Blake, I own a Fifth Element dispensary in Bend and Hillsborough, and I have grow operations in a laboratory out of technical services, and I'm interested particularly in the medical side of cannabis.
Great. Craig Blaschke from the Oregon Pediatric Society is with us right now, so we'll move on. Les Helgeson.
Les Helgeson, grower, patient, Green Hills, also represents Wooden Enterprises.
Great. Dr. Henderson? There you go.
All right, Rob Hendrickson, Associate Medical Director for the Oregon Witness Center.
Mowgli Holmes?
Lovely Holmes, Chief Scientific Officer for Phyllis Bioscience.
Timothy Janet?
Tim Janat for the public.
Professor Kaufman isn't here from Portland State. Paul Lewis?
I'm on the phone.
Oh, you're on the phone. Fantastic. I was going to ask who's on the phone at the end. Great. So go ahead.
Debbie Kaufman, Portland State University School of Community Health.
Great. And Debbie, can you hear us okay?
In and out, yeah.
Okay. All right. We'll make sure to use the mics then. Go ahead, Paul.
Thanks.
Paul Lewis. I'm here for I'm here for the Health Officer Caucus of the Coalition of Local Health Officials. My green light goes on and off.
Huh. Okay. I figured that out. There you go. There you are.
Yep, Paul Lewis, Health Officer Caucus, Coalition of Local Health Officials.
Great. Deanne Mansfeld, are you on the phone perhaps?
Yes, Deanne Mansell, Union County Public Health Department.
Great. Thank you. Amy Margolis?
Amy Margolis, Emerge Law Group in the Oregon Cannabis Association.
Dave McNichol?
David McNichol, owner of Dave's Space Cakes, and founder of the Oregon Responsible Edibles Council.
All right. Jeremy Sackett? Jeremy's not on the phone, I don't believe. So Cheryl Smith?
Cheryl Smith, patient advocate and chair of the advisory committee on medical marijuana.
Great. And then Scott Winkles, also not with us yet. If those folks join us, we'll let you know. So what we're going to do today, if you look at our agenda, is we're going to, so at our last meeting 2 weeks ago, we were going to discuss retail and medical serving size. We dedicated the whole meeting to retail because of the volume of information we wanted to talk about. So we wanted to dedicate some time at the front of the meeting today to talk about medical serving size. Then we'll take a break, and then we'll continue serving size. And that's an opportunity for us to sort of close up whatever items we want to continue to talk about on medical. And if there's things we want to bring back from that discussion we had 2 weeks ago about retail, just sort of because while we do want to talk about them separately, there are still opportunities to talk about what belongs. If there's, for example, as we brought up last week, does a certain type of product belong in one category or the other, or not? And so there's an opportunity to talk about issues like that. Then we'll take a break, and we'll do that ahead of lunch so that folks in the audience have an opportunity to go and get lunch before all of the state employees come down to the cafeteria. So we have a cafeteria at the back, and then there's also some restaurants when you walk this way. During the lunch period, we'll actually talk about labeling. After that, we'll move into our lab discussion. We'll take a break, continue the lab discussion, and then we will move on to public comment. We have a seating capacity, according to the fire marshal, of 80 people in the room. And so we have exactly 81 chairs because we didn't want to use the public chair, right, for later. So if you could try to find a seat, that would be helpful for us to know whether or not we're at capacity. And it looks like we are really busting over capacity, then we're going to have to sort of figure out how we can control the room a little bit. But I'm going to try to be as flexible as I can on that because I know a lot of people came far away. So try to grab a chair if you can, and we had a packet in every chair. Thank you. So Shannon, MRAC members, any comments or questions before I turn it over to Shannon? And just as a reminder, we need to have like no more than 3 mics on at a time. Seeing none, I will turn it over to Shannon O'Fallon from Justice.
Good morning, Shannon O'Fallon with the Oregon Department of Justice. So I'm going to walk us through sort of quickly the medical marijuana item concentration limits. So this is in OAR 333-007-0220 and Table 2. Remember that the definitions that are in 333-007-0020 are generally applicable to the concentration limit rule as well. So as for the retail side, the concentration limits and serving sizes, and there really aren't serving sizes on the medical side, but the ones that apply to the medical marijuana side are in Table 2. Serving size is something that has to be on the label, but that's what a serving size is sort of whatever the processor says it is. A container of cannabinoid edibles, so as drafted for medical cannabinoid edibles, there can't be a package with more than 100 milligrams of THC. And that's whether it's storable or not storable, so there's not a distinction on the medical side like there is in the retail side. Though it does have to be packaged in a way that at least allows the consumer to tell what a serving is. And then if you go to the table itself, we have the same limit for cannabinoid topicals, and I know that last time, there seemed to be some agreement that that 2% number is perhaps not the right number. For a cannabinoid tincture, as that's defined, the container size is a fluid ounce and can have up to 500 milligrams of THC. And then for a concentrate or extract, up to 1,000 milligrams of THC. And then if you had a cannabinoid product that wasn't an edible or topical, so perhaps a suppository or something like that, you have 100 milligram THC limit. And we talked about adding a couple of other categories, maybe on the retail side and the medical side, but I think that these are things that seem to OHA to be more appropriate on the medical side. So it would be a capsule that would be defined, perhaps, as a small soluble container, usually made of gelatin that encloses a dose of a cannabinoid product, concentrate, or extract intended for human ingestion. We could define suppository, maybe suppository doesn't need a definition, maybe most people understand what that means. And then transdermal patch, an adhesive substance applied to human skin that contains a cannabinoid product, concentrate, or extract for absorption into the bloodstream. And there's also been some conversation of sort of changing the definition of tincture, because you could have tinctures that are made, that sort of aren't a solution of alcohol. And we're struggling with that a little bit because the common definition of tincture really is, a solution made with alcohol. So it could be that the definition of tincture needs to be the same. They just need to make sure that, other products that are sort of similar to tinctures but are made in a different way sort of fit into a category with concentration limits that make sense, rather than sort of, trying to really change the definition of tincture from how it's commonly understood. So with that, I'm going to stop.
Yeah, and so some of the rationale for some of this, and so with the cannabinoid edibles, sort of walking down the table, I think the agency's approach here was, we recognized that medical patients have a need for a higher level of, or a higher amount of THC in edible products than on the recreational market. And we didn't want to be in, we didn't feel like it was appropriate for us to say what a serving size was, because we didn't want to inadvertently communicate to people that this is what we believe a dose should be. And so that's why we left up the serving size to be set by essentially the manufacturer. Whether or not, let me walk through and then we'll go. Whether or not the number 100 milligrams is right or not is, I think, for us to have a discussion here. And then the same sort of goes for the tinctures and the extract. It was recognizing that there's more of a need for higher amounts of THC on the on the medical side than on the retail side. Whether or not we got the numbers right, I think, is again another discussion to have, because as you remember from 2 weeks ago, we discussed that the tincture and the extract amount on the retail side, there was a discussion here about should they be higher or not. And then this is where we need to talk about the rules separately, but we also need to talk about them sort of together, because that's sort of how we thought about them. And then, as Shannon mentioned, it was never our intention for things like capsules to be considered an edible product. I think we just hadn't considered them. And so creating a category for capsules, and then a larger discussion, maybe we have a separate break, I don't know where we have it, about whether or not products, these high-dose products belong on both markets, or if there's only a need for them on the medical side. So, Cheryl, go ahead.
Well, at risk of sounding like a broken record, Senate Bill 3400 in their header refers to dosage, and I just think it's all wrong to keep talking about serving size. You don't take medicine in a serving, and you don't take pills in a serving. So can we just make that change? I can see in the recreational, because it's a different situation, but anyway.
So Cheryl, my only comment on that is that House Bill 3400, while it has a heading, right, the specific language that directs OHA what to do says that it's supposed to set concentration limits and serving sizes.
But maybe concentration limits for medical and serving sizes for recreational? I know, because the part of the problem is they tied the two together, and they're very different in my mind.
So are we gonna start talking about the serving sizes then?
That's what we'd like, yeah, I think, yes.
So, I mean, my concern with these, 100 milligrams to me is way too low. Especially when you go down this list and you see 1,000 milligrams where concentrate can be, so either bumping up the tincture size to 1,000 milligrams, because, it just seems logical to me if you can get a cannabinoid concentrate extract at 1,000 milligrams, a gram, whatever, they should be able to get that same amount in a tincture, because, it just seems like most logical. And on a cannabinoid edible, because, I know people that need a lot of medicine, 500, 1,000 milligrams per dose, not like, oh, I'm going to parse this out over my few days because I'm not going to make it to the spot, it doesn't make sense at all, And they need that, and they're going to go back and get it. They're going to get as much as they can, but where we can put the onus on awareness and start informing people everything, how they need to do it, what the reality is of this medicine, I think is really the biggest thing at hand right now, instead of babysitting everyone. These dosages in California, they've been selling 1,000 and 2,000 milligram candy bars for 3 to 5 years.
Is there any other medicine that is sold for high dose for pain for pain or
Morphine?
that is in a candy.
Fentanyl
delivery
lollipops. They give fentanyl in lollipops, but
Demerol. Well, there's a lot
But
of.
this is an honest question.
Yeah.
I'm sort of.
I mean, a lot of stuff I've understood is these things are like grape fluid, you know? Anything I've tasted, it tastes like grape Kool-Aid, morphine liquid, you know, morphine liquid. That if a kid got a hold of that bottle, they'd be dead. And it's really easy to, you know, actually get the top off of one.
Yeah, I mean, I agree that, you know, some medicines, you have flavoring, especially if they're targeted for children, but they're very controlled on the dose that's allowed in that medication. And the fentanyl lollipops were not generally prescribed to people. They were generally for children for pre-operative sedation, and they were handed to them by an anesthesiologist. So it's a different world than I am actually quite concerned about. I don't have a problem with. Well, let me step back. I think that there's a lot of people who are using cannabis for pain, and they need to have the availability of a high dosage, because clearly there's a big range of people, big range of dosage that people are taking. So I agree, you know, if we're talking about the medical side, we should make available high dosage medicine for people that are taking it for pain. My biggest concern is packaging a pain medicine that has dose-dependent toxicity and adverse effects into something that is really, really attractive to both adults and kids, and that's really candy. So I support a high concentration for tinctures and for capsules. And this is pain medicine, and that's how we prescribe pain medicine. We prescribe it in capsules, and for people who can't eat, we make tinctures and elixirs and suppositories. So, you know, we've been down this path before with other pain medications, morphine and other, pain medicines that are similar. So my biggest concern is the candy issues. You know, I don't think anyone here would support putting 1,000 milligrams of oxycodone into a chocolate bar and asking someone to take the dose that they think is appropriate. It just doesn't make much sense. And the same with acetaminophen or ibuprofen. I'd be very concerned about a high concentration of that. So that is my major concern.
I'm also in agreement with that. To be honest, I think these high-dose candy bars, I think it's absurd, personally. I don't think we should limit dosage, and I think that's why certain things like the tincture-style administration method is like, I mean, for me, is the most efficient. I mean, if I can make a tincture-based style product personally that's 600 milligrams a milliliter, 600 milligrams a milliliter, you know what I mean? So you start to do the math on it, and the amount that you're able to deliver, the amount that, you know, it just starts to get very efficient, you know, very low packaging, these kind of realities, you know, and if we can offer things that are at that higher concentration in those, like capsules or the soluble, you know, whatever oral sublingual forms, I mean, it kind of will mitigate this other area of these high concentration whatevers, you know.
Amy, and then Malcolm, and then Cheryl.
So I think I'd like to state my position out of the gate and then address what I think are kind of the complications in having this conversation. I think that for the medical side, there should be no limits. I know that sounds like completely out of left field maybe from Oregon Health Authority position, but that is my perspective. It seems to me that if the goal, and I don't know that this is the goal, but it sure seems like it's the goal, is to drive people into the regulated market because it's safer and there's testing and there's consistency. If you then lower the dosage to a place where it becomes not economically feasible for sick people to purchase their medicine, then you are defeating the purpose of driving people to that market. And I think we all need to start with the assumption that sick people are patients in the Oregon medical marijuana program. So that's the position, that's my sort of foundational position to have this conversation. And then I find myself, I was listening to the candy, cannabis conversation and thinking that I feel the same way about that conversation as I feel about comparing alcohol and marijuana. It's not, and then I found this, I was on vacation and I found this from the 50s, this like medicine or candy diorama, and it was like, is this a piece of candy or is this a pharmaceutical? And we still have that today. I mean, Advil is candy coated, so you can take it. I just like Googled pills versus candy, and like the California Poison Control has a game, medicine or candy, click on the candy. And so the question is, if it's about accidental ingestion, it seems to me that we allow pharmaceutical companies to create products that look and feel and act like candy. It's almost irrelevant to me, and I'm not a poison control person, I'm just an attorney, but it seems almost irrelevant to me, like once you put it in your mouth and you swallow it, whether or not it was cannabis candy or a pharmaceutical masked as some sort of candy. And I think just by looking at this California Poison Control, and they're all over the place, and I think about that diorama that I saw at some point when I got to have a vacation. And so my hope is that today that we can push the limit as high as we're comfortable going, with the assumption that for this market, this is medicine. And again, put aside that I actually think it's kind of all therapeutic or potentially all therapeutic, but for this conversation, that we talk about how far can we push it so people want to participate in this market, and so sick people have access to the highest dose that they need without it being economically unfeasible.
So, Amy, just a comment. When you say set no limits, but the legislature has told the Oregon Health Authorities that they have to set a limit.
Right, and that's why at the end I stopped with, let's see how high we can push it. I mean, my personal position is the medical program should not have a limit. I recognize that the Oregon legislature delegated that authority, the Oregon Health Authority, but it seems to me that as we have this conversation, recognizing that truly sick people need high dosages, and those people are participants in a medical program, and that there is a push towards a regulated market, that when you put all those things together, we should be talking about how high can we go where the Oregon Health Authority is comfortable, or not comfortable.
So I just have a question. I think we're all starting to be in some agreement that we need to make high-dose medicine available. And I think the key question here is what we settle on for the max amount per container for concentrates and tinctures and maybe for capsules. But my question is, for you, for instance, John, in what case would a patient need an edible product as opposed to taking a tincture or a capsule or concentrate? Is there any reason to also raise the edibles limit? If we're raising all these other limits, is there any situation where a patient would not be adequately served because they went into a shop and the brownies and the candies were maxing out at 100, but they could get tinctures or capsules or whatever else that maxed out at 1,000?
I mean, I think they deserve it quite well, but I honestly think that with a tincture, it should be higher. That's just my opinion.
Sure, but
if that was there and if it was available, and I mean, I can't think of any reason personally, just because I mean, 1,000, unless it's, I'm with you on the logic aspect of it. If you can get the concentration in a more acute dose, and you have the other styles of products to fulfill this kind of
I mean, I see the candies and the brownies and all that stuff as kind of a recreational product. I'm just wondering, is there ever a time, when a patient needs a gummy bear instead of a capsule? Or,
Edible products affect people completely differently than a tincture. When you take a tincture, that's going to affect you sublingually, and that's going to have a completely different effect than when you're able to eat an edible. It's going to have a much longer.
Oh no, I realize. So, just so you guys know, I mean, for anything you ingest, right, there's different rates of absorption, and capsules take a certain amount of time. Things like candies, that's the reason why they made the fentanyl lollipop, because it gets buccally absorbed through the mucous membrane. And I think that one thing that we have to talk about, so I think patients will need immediate release stuff, and I think tinctures are that. But there's a new product category we're going to have to talk about, which is sublingual lozenges. And I think that medical patients will need access to high-dose sublingual lozenges. Once we solve that,
because they're slower.
it's a faster release.
Is it faster or slower?
Faster. Because it gets absorbed into the bloodstream immediately through the skin of the mouth. It doesn't have to go through first pass metabolism in the stomach. And we have to address that. But once we've addressed that, I'm not seeing the need for high-dose candy.
Well, I agree, because I mean, that kind of dosage system, we have the appropriate methodology and methods to administer it. It makes sense to have these higher dose lozenges instead of a candy, it's just termed differently, similar thing, but I understand where you're going with that. And I do agree personally on that aspect of the recreational side of it, candies and chocolates and all that. Because on the medicinal side, you want the most amount of medicine, the easiest delivery. I mean, seems like the method for medicine. At least with how I've come to why I make a high concentration tincture, or why I do this, because I want to be able to deliver the highest amount of dose in the smallest amount of space, basically. So if we can have that, and if we can have that option, and if we can have that, I mean, I'm in agreement with you.
All right, so Dave, I know you've got a comment. Cheryl, you got in earlier, but I'm wondering if we can stick on this, and then we'll get to Cheryl, unless you have something different. But I wonder, okay, so it all relates. I also want to get the physicians in here, because I've got a question about sort of, or Shannon and I have a question about sort of like mode of delivery, which is sort of a mouth of the product. Is there a reason for, like, do you want to word how you were trying to word it?
Right, so if you are taking a medicine by mouth that is in a capsule versus in a brownie, is how your body is absorbing that, and the sort of effects of that, how the effects of that are going to be felt, are those different?
Yeah. So the argument for the brownie would be that it's actually more sustained release than the capsule, because the capsule will take a little while to dissolve, and then it will all suddenly be released as a bolus at one point in the stomach, and all go through first pass metabolism. But drug manufacturers figure out ways to do more sustained release, and you could argue that a food matrix would be more of a sustained release. I mean, once we have better formulation, you can copy those release curves very easily in pharmaceutical products. But in general, the distinction is between stuff that gets absorbed through the stomach or through the skin of the mouth.
All the day.
So, I and the other health officers I represent are, allopathic physicians by definition, and many of us, but not all of us, are actually really pleased with medical marijuana becoming more mainstream, so that its therapeutic benefits can be better understood. My concern, as you know, remains about patient and public safety. Everyone probably read the story of the kid who died of morphine overdose in the newspaper on Sunday morning. Medicine is out there, and it can be dangerous regardless of its form. I think because of the Schedule I nature, the dose is not well defined and needs to be defined. I do think, though, for medical marijuana to become more mainstream and more affected by the allopathic community, the delivery does need to be better standardized. And I think the proposal to have it in things like tinctures and capsules with more well-defined doses makes sense. I think the presence of food, a different pH in the stomach does affect absorption of all drugs. But again, instead of having it be in a nearly infinite variety of edible products, it might be better to have it using well-established pharmaceutical technology for immediate or extended release. That's very old, well-established science. And again, I think it is worth looking at least some norms. And in Washington, I believe the edibles are limited and reviewed individually as opposed to having just a giant category. And Rob may have some other comments about that.
Delta 9 THC, when it is processed through the liver, it turns into Delta 11 THC, which is it's a different chemical. I mean, I'm not a scientist, I don't know exactly what that change is, but it does have a completely different effect on the body when it goes through the liver. As far as marijuana edibles are sweet, because the flavor of marijuana is disgusting. It's very difficult to get down the flavor of an edible product, which is why there needs to be so much sugar added to it. As far as tinctures go, I have a complete alcohol sensitivity. I can't ingest any alcohol at all in my system, and glycerin tinctures are not strong enough to affect me personally. The question that I have is, what have been the problems with the medical products that have been on the market over the past 2 years? And we just haven't seen those problems. So I don't understand why we need to all of a sudden have restrictions on these products. I echo Amy, and I'm going to be recommending no limits on the medical side. And do you have a reference to House Bill 3400 that states that you need to set medical limits?
Yeah, she'll look it up when we...
I was reading through it and I couldn't find anything specific.
We'll get that.
Thank you.
Rob, did you have something?
No, I would just say I feel like, this is medicine. We should treat it like medicine. We do have the technology to mimic absorption of a lot of products. We do it with other medicines, not just pain medicines, but all of the other types of pharmaceuticals as well. So we have the technology to make products that have reliable absorptive patterns and reliable pharmacokinetics. So that would be my recommendation. Let's treat this like medicine. Let's make it capsules, suppositories, tinctures, concentrates. That's it.
Cheryl and then Jeremy.
So the OMA itself says that we should treat it like medicine. And so I personally am in favor of limits on the edibles. I mean, you don't get your medicine from eating candy. It's really not helpful to be eating a bunch of candy and drinking pop to get your medicine. If you can take a capsule, then why not? I welcome that OHA is finally willing to see it as medicine, and let's talk about suppositories and capsules, which at Compassion Center, we were doing many years ago and giving it to patients. I can see children needing the edible medicine because, they have like gummy vitamins even. So I can see that. And one other point I wanted to make is not all truly sick people need high dosages. There are varying limits, and I know that when we actually gave out capsules when I worked at Compassion Center, and it was a limited group of patients. It was 15 people probably total. We had people with terminal cancer. We had people with MS, a variety of conditions. We had capsules in coconut oil. We had 3 sizes. One was 3.5 milligrams THC, 0.313 milligrams CBD. The second one was 8.675 milligrams THC and 1.5 milligrams CBD. And then the third ones were 34.5 milligrams THC, 6.2 milligrams CBD in coconut oil. Some people would have to take 2 of the, or even 3 of the highest dose ones. But most people took like 2 to 3 a day of these in various combinations. And I don't know if everybody got a copy of the article on rational dosing that Donald Abrams and some other people wrote in 2004. Granted, it was a while back. And they were looking at smoked marijuana and also dronabinol. And they said the recommended dronabinol dose given over 4 to 6 times a day is 100 to 120 milligrams of THC. So, that's not unreasonable. And I will grant that other people need very large doses. Some people do.
Jeremy.
Jeremy second. I would reiterate in agreement with what Paul, Rob, and Cheryl have stated. Just confused me with a limit on cannabinoid edibles in the medical, and looking at addressing the potential unlimited or reasonably very high amount for the other product types that we are looking like will become available in these Table 2. There's a good reference that I was able to find on dronabinol, and I put it together in a brief written statement that I'm sure will just distribute to the RAC soon. I just finished it this morning. But the Canadian Pharmacists Association Compendium of Pharmaceuticals and Specialties from 2005 has a reference. I believe it is, and I can pull it up here, what that actual reference is, but it's based on a milligram, let's see what that is, milligram per meter squared, and I like to have the medical professionals on the RAC can review this document and see if those dosages come out. But it came up to about 170 milligrams of THC as a maximum per day for cancer and nausea treatment. That is an approved Canadian pharmaceutical product for THC. That equates out to a 30-day supply of about 5,000 milligrams in a container. I believe that a patient should be able to go into a dispensary and purchase in one container the amount that would be equivalent to a 15 or 30-day supply, just as they would a THC product or any other medical product. So we can do some math there and kind of figure those things out. Another very good reference on the absorption rates of all the different routes of ingestion of cannabinoids was put out by NIDA actually in 2007. Human cannabinoid pharmacokinetics. It's just one of the first ones that comes up with a Google search. It lists all the different routes of absorption and has some good data there as well. Overall, I guess just the position being that limit on the edibles in the medical is appropriate, in my opinion, as close to unlimited or very high amounts for the capsules, tinctures, sublinguals, and all the other dosage forms that would, in my opinion, provide equivalent delivery of the active ingredients to an edible product, or potentially better controlled delivery of those cannabinoids.
If you'll distribute that to us, we'll do. Is
Yeah,
that what you said this morning?
emailed it earlier.
Is that what you said this morning? Okay, we'll make sure we get to the RAC numbers. And then, so I've got a question on your 30-day supply. Were you talking about, in that case, for edibles or for the high-dose products? Like if we come up with a limit for capsules or other high-dose products?
Right. I think that the container limit for those high-dose products should be based on an understanding of what a typical approved in some other firm, even though it is Marinol, they do have an approved maximum daily dose. You can back that out with an average human male and figure out a daily dose, multiply that by 30, and that would be a container limit that may never actually be met in the general marketplace. But if there was a patient that did require those and had some opportunity to purchase that, they could. But generally, most products wouldn't be at that maximum limit. There would probably be a very small minority of them that would actually be produced and brought to market at those high levels.
Other RAC, Amy, and then I want to give other RAC members who have spoken on.
So I'd like to echo what Jeremy said, and I was sitting here finding this conversation a little bit challenging because I don't really know, and I think I asked this last time, like what the decision drivers are. Like, are we going to just kind of throw a dart at the wall and see if there's a middle ground we can agree on? I'm a little, is it all about child access and prevention? Is it about serving patients? And I think Jeremy brought up another piece that we haven't talked about, which is access. And so I talked earlier about driving people towards a regulated market, assuming that's a goal of the legislature, which I think, like I said, it is. I think it's also important to remember that there are many cities and counties that have prohibited not just stores, but have also prohibited production and processing activity. And so Jeremy's point, I think, should be extremely well taken, which is that if you have a patient who is driving all the way from Umatilla County to the nearest facility to pick up their medicine, or having their caregiver drive all the way, that they should be able to pick up enough of a supply to last them so they're not driving back and forth. I don't even like driving like 45 minutes in the car these days. I can't imagine every 3 days having to go drive to the nearest facility. So I'm hoping that as we are making this decision, or you are making this decision, that there are a lot of things you're considering, and I think the access and 30-day supply is an excellent point.
So I think for the former point, for what you brought up at the beginning on what's coming into the decision-making, Amy, I think it's on the medical serving side. I think it's everything you mentioned is we've got to figure a balance between all of that. I think everything you brought up was relevant. Whereas on the retail, what we discussed last week, I think you heard us from our agency's approach, putting a lot of emphasis and weight on the child safety element. Not that there's not a child safety element here, but there's all of those other factors that I think weigh much heavier. Go ahead, Malcolm.
Is there a limit on what's the limit on how many containers you can buy at once?
What's my weight? Go in and buy it.
So these
Right,
are
so I have to
container
go back, because there's nothing that would prohibit you from buying multiple containers at a time as long as you didn't exceed the amounts that could be given. I'll have to go back through and look at the rules and see what the limits are.
Right. And that's what we're really talking about, is the total amount you can buy per day. So we should, right, Chairman?
Right, yeah. I think
Even if you had to buy a few containers, the question is how much you can buy per day.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the...
Well, there's no limit on how much. There's no limit on how much you can buy per day. There's a limit of how much you can possess at one time.
Correct.
So it's not that you can't go into a store and buy, if you were forced to and you wanted to possess, there's personal possession limits under recreational and personal possession limits under the medical program. But I think what we're saying is that if you need to go buy 8,000 candy bars, that's an impossibility, and that you should instead be able to buy a product that is appropriately dosed and within those possession limits.
Sure, but we could fix
How
the...
many agrees I got?
We shouldn't do this kind of thing. But the thing is, we could fix this container limit issue, and if we fail to fix the total amount you can get or have in a day, it might end up not even mattering. If we raise this all to 5,000, but it turns out you can only walk home with 1,200 milligrams.
Okay, so here's how much that you can, a dispensary can transfer at any one time. 24 ounces of usable, this is under the current draft rules. Medical. 24 ounces of usable marijuana, 16 ounces of a cannabinoid product in solid form, 72 ounces of a cannabinoid product in liquid form, 16 ounces of a concentrate, 5 grams of a cannabinoid extract. No. So that's what the draft rules say a dispensary can.
Where are you putting a tincture under liquid?
That would be under a medical cannabinoid product in liquid form.
Which is 72 ounces.
72.
So 5 grams of raw concentrate, right? So 5,000 milligrams, say.
So
Yeah.
it's a lot.
And where would suppositories and capsules, are those solid?
Those are
Good question.
It would be, 5,000 milligrams actually isn't a lot. If you're looking at a monthly dose, it's actually not enough. It's that close. So, but we can leave with out of a dispensary with 5 grams of concentrate or 5,000 milligrams of product. So if a tincture bottle would have 5,000 milligrams in it, since we can already leave with 5 grams of concentrate, it's just
law that's already set, if we were to just try to match that?
Well, it's not, I mean, I think that based on this conversation, the OHA will have to look and see if those categories sort of need to be expanded.
And where are those limits?
They are in 333, 008, 1245.
They're not.
No, they're not in the rules that you've got in this packet here. So these are the rules, draft rules that are out for public comment right now.
So, Amy, are you going to comment with your mic on? Or?
No, I just like always want to be ready to talk.
We only have 3 on it at a time. Thanks. Don't worry. I'll get you talking about it.
Hi. This is real life. We're all talking about it. I have a kind of a suggestion. I think we need to put edibles aside for the moment and try to get all the other ones done, categories. But it's very common for a patient who we dose for cancer or help with cancer to buy a liquid concentrate, which could be a tincture, it could be just a pure extract of sorts, and it would be a 10-gram bottle, and maybe the percentage is 60%, so it'd be 6,000 grams then. That's very common. And the bottle's just like a little bottle. It's not very big, but they will take a couple grams a day at least. And when I hear epileptic patients, they're taking upwards of that. The epileptic patients with CBD particularly are taking way upwards of that. So I'm really leaning toward these 1,000 milligrams just don't even fit medically for dosing in all cannabis.
But CBD is not part of that.
We're talking THC.
I understand THC, I understand.
And also, I mean, I'm in agreement to some degree, because I know when someone, all the receptors are full, you see everything's been blocked, you can take a lot of cannabis without it having any psychological effect. And it's, I mean, at least for me, I can, so I have to imagine, because I have friends with stage 4 cancer, with severe epilepsy, kids suffering from, recovering brain tumor, excision, all these different things, and they take a lot of medicine, a lot. It doesn't fade that at all. So I think all this dosage reality, there's not evidence really to prove a lot of this in a lot of ways, because every person's different, needs are different to each person.
So let me propose sort of for when we can discuss this. So I think we've heard a lot, and I think you make a good point about maybe move on from edibles. But let's close that discussion out and then move on, if that's okay. So what I've heard, and we'll give people who haven't had an opportunity to speak, but let me sort of repeat back what I've heard so far from the RAC, and then we can move on from there. So I have essentially heard sort of 2 different groups, or 2 different groups of types of comments. So I've heard no limits has been recommended, which we've mentioned we can't do, right? And so there's that category. And so in absence of no limits, some very high limit for edibles. And then there's the second category, which is figure out a limit that's either, and I'm not presupposing, but we proposed 100 milligrams into a serving size, so a limit in this ballpark, and with the intention that patients who need a higher amount of THC per milligram would go to high-dose products or tinctures or extracts to deliver that amount of THC. That's the discussion I heard from the RAC. Is that fair, that those are sort of the 2 points that have come up so far? Okay, so Les has got a comment, but what I want to discuss before we close that out then is, from the public health professionals, is there a similar concern for, like what we proposed, 100 milligrams with no serving size on the medical side, to what we've proposed on, do you have similar concerns like you've had on the retail side, or is there more, does this market lend itself to more sort of flexibility or the need of sort of a higher dose in a cookie or another product? And so that's sort of what I want to, I hope my question made sense, and you can move over it while Les talks.
Thanks, Michael. I'm finding myself in agreement with Rob and Paul here for the most part. Seems to be some confusion here on what a container is, so we need to kind of wrestle with that.
Can you say more about that?
Well, a little capsule is a container. A vape pen, I believe, is a container. So forth.
We could define a capsule to be a capsule and not a container, though. We could define, we could structure these rules.
Right.
Right? Shannon? Okay, we could structure these rules, so a capsule is a capsule, and the maximum, and you...
Container is defined, so that a container means, you know.
A sealed hard or soft body receptacle in which a marijuana item is placed. And so we could create it so that the capsule bottle is the container. That is...
I think that would address a lot of problems here. You know, and I try to envision a capsule with 1,000 milligrams of 98, 100% THC. I don't think I could swallow that. So, as a practical matter,
right?
You know, as long as you can buy an adequate supply, like Jeremy was saying, or Matillo, or wherever, you know, within the possession limits, there's no reason to limit these products to 100 milligrams. I suggest go with 1,000 across the board there.
I don't think we've come up with a recommendation on what the capsules should be. I think that's what we need to discuss.
Right. I kind of view them as a, you know, non-edible or topical.
No, and that was not our intention. That's what I'm saying. No, it was, we sort of realized we need to create a capsule category. We don't consider it fitting in any of the existing categories. We want to have a discussion about what it should look like.
I don't see a reason why it couldn't fit in that category, to simplify it. But I also think, yeah, we talked about possession limits. We kind of need to align our categories with what's in those rules for consistency and make it a little easier.
Is there a reason why we're not matching this cannabinoid edibles with rec to make it like to streamline everything for everyone in the state? Like where why we're not having it exactly the same in that area where because.
So we went with 550 on the recreation.
No, I mean retail side. Yeah, if we went with 10, 100 on retail, 10, 100 on medical.
Yeah. Right. I mean, yeah. I mean, what did I do? No, I mean because we had proposed 550, right? And so we recognized that medical patients needed more, and so that's sort of where that's why there was a.
I mean, so it's 500 locked in right now. Correct.
550? No, I think we're still, no, it's not.
Okay, that's what I mean.
So that's your recommendation is to keep them the same.
I mean, why not streamline this section of it for all aspects of production, all aspects of everything, licensing, all, because then if we have a 10-100 here and a 10-100 at rec, it just, I mean, if we're going at 100 here and everyone's like, yeah, 100, why not just offer a scoreable 100? And then have it all so, you know, both products from both industries can cross over, makes it really easy for all aspects of production and licensing and everything for everyone in those categories. That's just kind of my suggestion.
I understand. Yeah, go ahead.
If I could just follow up, I guess it's one of the other comments I gave to you earlier, and maybe it's a question for Paul or Rob here too, is, you know, if a toddler gets into our candy, whatever, brownies, whatever you have, does it really make any difference whether it's 5, 10, 50, or 100 milligrams? It's probably going to be an adverse reaction situation we're going to end up with.
Not that.
So what is the, where is that threshold? That concern of yours?
Yeah, well, I think I'll start this conversation with, I don't think this has been really well studied.
Thank you.
However, there is limited data. We have a little bit, and I think we may have presented that data at the last RAC, but I wasn't here, so I apologize for that. What we know is a very limited number of patients, toddlers who have ingested marijuana products or cannabis products that we know the dose that they were exposed to. And I'm talking about a very small number here, so I want to make sure that we're all on the same page. This is not definitive stuff, but children who ingested in the area of 30 milligrams for a 1-year-old were sent to the ER for observation because they had adverse effects. Those that had to be admitted to the hospital for prolonged adverse effects took a mean of 70 milligrams. And I'm changing it to standardize it for about a 1-year-old kid. And those that had severe reactions required mechanical ventilation and went to the ICU, ingested on average about 100 milligrams for a one-year-old. So that's the data we have. We're looking to increase that data, and that we need that. It's absolutely a need. We need to find out what the dose is that's concerning.
Well, what I'm curious of, were those in approved, FDA-approved, trial-approved containers?
Yeah, that we have no data on.
Well, what's the response here if they weren't?
Well, we know that they were medical products, because
But with the stringent rules, the FDA-approved, proper packaging, that everything is leaving any retailer, dispensary, medical, whatever. With that in place, would that have happened?
Right, it's a great question, and I want to touch on what Michael asked, because I think that actually transitions perfectly. And actually answering less. So really anything over, in a one-year-old, 30 milligrams or more, I'm starting to get concerned. So we have to balance the concept that kids can get into this, and we have to reduce that risk as much as we can. And that gets to what Michael was asking. I think there is a difference between the medical market and the recreational market. I think if we are packaging things in child-resistant containers and giving people education, lots of education about this is a medicine and you need to keep it in a lockbox. Am I concerned about 500 milligrams of fluid ounce of kid getting into that? Absolutely, I'm concerned about it. But I'm hopeful that with education and with all of those other steps that you're talking about, that we can reduce the risk. And that is the other reason why I want to provide, my personal opinion is providing things like candy for the recreational market seems very reasonable as long as we reduce the dosage. But for the medical market, having very, very high doses in candy is very tempting for children. And the concept that you can have a candy bar with 100 milligrams and the dose might be 2/10 of it is concerning to me, because 8/10 is left in a candy bar. And how are we going to, that's going to be left around the home, which has potential to get into. So I think the medical market and the recreational market are totally different conversations in my mind. That's my personal opinion.
I mean, for me personally, we make a really high dose chocolate that's like, super inviting to my 3.5, 4-year-old son. Like if it were to be put in a spot that he would get it, I'm sure he would eat quite a bit of it. But I don't have it anywhere where he can get it. I put it up and I put it in a place where there's no way ever he can get it, because I know I eat a bar of that chocolate, I am not feeling so good, because it's, like 1,000 milligrams per 2 ounces of material, because if we wanted to give it to some hot, people with stage 4 cancer that needed that kind of dosage, and I have it in a place where there's no way he can get it, because he would be so sick if he got it. Like, I'm just confused what's
But that's you, and not everybody does that.
I get it. I mean, not everyone knows how to parent properly, so we should start teaching this.
Well, ironically, OHA has not seen fit until now to have an educational program about this, even though we've had a program for like 20 years. Absolutely.
This is really important education information.
I'd just like to touch on some of the points that Rob brought up, which I agree with completely. I did do a review of all the literature that was presented and summarized it so everybody can take a look at it in the document I presented today. But with that, it was a 7-year study from 2005 to 2011 with the 3 cases that made it to the PICU. And of those, in that time frame, there was 455,000 visits to that emergency room. 3 of those, or 1,378 of those were accidental ingestion visits, and 14 were due to cannabinoid ingestion. 3 of those made it to the PICU. That's 0.003% of the total visit population for that emergency room. If we want to talk about reducing risk, I believe that the risk is already quite low. And looking at a 10-100, if 100 is going to, put that 0.003% in the PICU and then be released in a day with no additional symptoms, and there was no child-resistant regulations during the time of the study, I think that what we can do here in Oregon is put those child-resistant packaging regulations in place and look at a 10-100 for edible products in both retail and medical, and just make it simple like that.
Amy, and then Paul, sorry, maybe Paul.
So again, I agree with what Jeremy has said, and I think we had this conversation last time around retail. I just want to add that we should remember, and I think Jeremy touched on it, that there is an existing market right now, and that people have been making products safely with no limit, and that it seems to me we should not forget that with no education and no child-resistant packaging and no public health campaign and none of those things that we're talking about, this market has really self-regulated. I mean, I'm putting aside things like pesticides and those other issues, but in terms of dose and child safety, we have a pretty good track record right now. And so
17 years.
17 years, thank you, 1998. Is that longer than 17 years, 1998? No, 17 years. That's why I'm a lawyer, not a doctor. Or math. So, anyway, I just think we should not forget that that has existed for a long time, that you're talking about taking products out of the market that have been there already, that it's worked, and what Jeremy has said, what others have said about increasing all the educational components and the packaging and the labeling components, it seems to me that that's where the big risk reduction happens.
Paul.
Right, so the patient and child safety thing applies not just to marijuana products, but to all medications, right? And again, this is Rob's business, there's too numerous to count instances of kids getting into all kinds of things, some of which have no effect, but others which have serious effects. So I think it is the appropriate merging of, and I think it should be called dosage, not serving, even though it says that in the thing. Maybe that's a tweak they can make, called medicine by medical terminology, and that it be formulated, as they say in the pharmaceutical industry, into a form that gets the appropriate therapeutic dose, packaged in a way that minimizes the risk, and that there's public education about all of the above. So there's not like one single answer. These are all components of it. And again, I think making sure that the packaging component and the dosing component are clearly linked together to achieve the goal, which is making the product available and maximizing safety.
Yes, I was going to suggest that in regard to high-dose products, that we should package them to make them appear like prescription drugs. And so you wouldn't get a jar of what looks like gummy bears, but you get a box. And then the labels on it would make it appear like a prescription drug.
So yeah, Dave, and then sort of think, are there any other comments on sort of this discussion on edibles broadly, and then we'll move on to the other products? Because this has been helpful, but I'd like to figure out what's unique or novel that you want to add. Go ahead, Dave.
Edibles on the recreational side of the market so far in Colorado and Washington, the figures are around 45 to 55% are for edibles. The market speaks for itself. The edible products will not go away, and over-regulation will simply lead to black market edibles and will cause a lot of the problems that we're talking about trying to prevent. Zero regulation. A lot of the things that we're talking about really come down to education and a lack of education. That's the entire reason why I started the Oregon Responsible Edibles Council. The purpose is to create and fund public education campaigns funded from within the cannabis industry. It's a proactive approach to eliminate these problems before they exist. Some of our public education campaign ideas are about knowing your dose, encouraging first-time and new edible consumers to start with a low dosage, a marijuana exposure pamphlet, work with healthcare professionals to develop and distribute a pamphlet about marijuana exposure in children, and get that information to the counseling centers, the ERs, the regional public health departments, develop effective youth prevention campaigns, parental education campaigns, promote information on useful at-home storage techniques, and reminders of other sources where children get their hands on the products through grandparents, babysitters, or other family members. And again, there are the bills that the legislators are talking about right now, LC 145 and LC 180. In LC 145, there's the Youth Prevention Pilot Program, which has a $1 million budget from the general fund to have a state-provided prevention program. So having all of these educational avenues should really help alleviate, a lot of these problems that go along with edibles.
Any other comments on edibles before we move on to the other sort of types of products? All right. So, where are we? Topicals. We had a little bit of a discussion about, at the last meeting, about those numbers needing to be higher. We've heard from a couple of manufacturers that the limit should be a little bit higher, maybe closer to the numbers like 5% might be more appropriate.
So,
go ahead.
I guess this is Jeremy. So I'm just going to throw it out there. I'm wondering if there's an opportunity to have a good discussion around getting away from the percentage as kind of the percentage value for amount of serving or amount in the container for topicals.
How would you do it?
Just set it as a total milligrams in the container of THC. I feel might be appropriate.
So can you tell me how that would look? Like, what would that look like? So I mean, would you limit the size of the container then, or would you?
Yeah, I mean, I think it would say this. You could have just a total THC, whatever the total THC is, in any size container. And obviously, if it's much larger, it would be much less potent. So it could be used for different applications. If it was a smaller container size or smaller excipients that were in there with the Delta-9 THC. It would be more concentrated. I think that it'd be interesting to see what the transdermal definition comes out as. I think there's going to be some complications arising with the two different types of topical products, or many different types of topical products. Some that would be in a patch format, ointments or other solids, and some that will deliver across the subcutaneous layer of dermis, and some that won't. That being said, you have to look at a potential serving size for those transdermal patches or other topical products that will deliver that active THC, because you would want to, ensure that you're not having a container size of maybe 1,000 milligrams, and that's delivered without good product quality controls and evaluations before that is brought to market. And it's just a consideration with the different challenges of topicals, I guess.
Thanks, Jeremy.
How are other medical topicals rested? There we go. How are, Eoperson appointment and things like that? How are the active ingredients listed as such? And should we align what we're doing here with how it is being done elsewhere?
The most common topicals I'm familiar with are things like steroid creams, etc. And again, they're usually based on a percent by weight. And again, they vary greatly depending on which one's in there. Some are 1%, some are 0.1%. Is that accurate, Rob?
How are these products sold on the market right now? How are they indicated? Are they indicated by percentage or by amount of THC? And not what Paul just talked about, but the THC products.
They're actually not indicated so clearly.
It's not indicated very clearly?
You're correct. So I agree with Jeremy, kind of suggestion he has when we kind of get to what we're going to allow per container size of THC, kind of try to cross that over the board so we can, offer a higher amount per volume, because some things, some of my friends that need topicals, 2%, like they would never buy anything at that low percentage. Wouldn't even think about it. Okay. That's just my perspective.
Jeremy, the problem with putting total milligrams for topicals is that express the strength as a percentage, and you could end up with a small, very, very high percentage topical, or you could have a big container of very low, and you could have the same total milligrams. And if people are going to start using medical ointments, percentage, you can understand how strong it is.
Right.
And I think
What if the consideration for amount of THC in the container is in this section of the rule, and in the labeling section, it's a requirement that, because the lab is going to be able to generate a milligram per gram, and that can be turned into a percentage. That can be determined by knowing what the total container size, how much is in that container. I mean, good manufacturing practices, you can have a total container limit and rule, produce that, and then put on your label what the percentage is so the consumer is informed. I mean, that's just what normal, I would
sure, we could set our limits. We could set our limits on total milligram amount that require percentage labeling.
Right. And that would require that the topical manufacturer have a consistent product that they're bringing to market, or a series of products that they're bringing to market to hit those. As just a side point, maybe a consideration that there would be a transdermal patch definition and a topical ointment or solve definition, I think would be very important for a lot of these technical challenges that we face.
So, any other comments on topicals?
Yeah, I agree with that, and I just wanted an example. I have some Carmex lip balm, and they have a percentage of active ingredients, 1.7% camphor and menthol. So that maybe that's the standard, is a percentage.
And I know I asked this question 2 weeks ago, Rob, you weren't here, so I'm going to ask it again, because I think we think we knew the answer. There's the child safety risk for a child consuming a topical is low, and then we're talking about a low amount of product, no, low amount of THC anyway, so that's...
Yeah, these are not products that are particularly concerning to me.
Yeah.
It's not likely that kids will ingest a large amount of this.
Okay.
And I think the only, we talk about ointments, but I think that the transdermals typically do have a milligram amount per time, like hour. So again, it is a thing that needs the micrograms per area per hour.
Yeah, I think those are products and the kinetics are very, very well worked out. Usually fentanyl patches have a 4 microgram per hour type of thing.
So,
but I do think no matter what we decide, putting a percentage would be helpful, I think, just for translation. And also, the different percentages change your absorption through the skin. So the higher the percentage, the faster and the more absorbed. So people should be aware of that as well, so that they have some nice, easy number. 1% versus 5% is a kind of a different kinetics, and they should be aware of that.
Well, if I think we talked about this internally after the discussion last week, and if 5% is a more appropriate number, and we're talking about a limited risk, or if there's another appropriate number that's higher, I think we want to figure out what that number is. And so,
we maybe offer a range, 5 to 7, 5 to 8, 5 to something like, so it's not like.
it needs to be a maximum. It's a maximum.
Okay,
It's
so
a
then-
maximum.
So maybe we can
It's a
start a little
maximum.
higher.
I don't know. I mean, this is where I don't want to just, as Amy said, throw a dart at the wall. I want to find something that's practical. So what's now we do?
I think for on the recreational side, it should be 1 or 2%. I think on the medical side, we should consider having it be 10 or 15%.
Why would you have a recreational topical? It doesn't get you high. I think 10 or 15 is
We're not supposed to say
reasonable.
recreational anymore. We're supposed to say adult use.
Amy, go ahead.
So I had a question and then I have a comment. So what are the limits in Colorado and Washington?
On topicals?
On topicals. There's no limit. So there's no, I think you said there's no limits, right, Shannon? Okay, so there's no limits in Colorado and Washington. And Dr. Hendrickson just said that they're not as concerned about accidental ingestion. And people have been manufacturing them, just like I said, for edibles now for quite some time. I don't know why, particularly for topicals, if they are low risk, other states have no limits, why we aren't setting this limit if the health authority thinks they have to set a limit for topicals. Got like whatever, $1 billion million milligrams. I mean, I don't know, some number that is setting the limit, but not actually limiting. So from my perspective, we represent a number of people who have really severe arthritis, who have severe knee pain, who have other issues that they use topicals for, and I'm thinking particularly of Chris Merlock, who's testified many times about his wife's arthritis, so I feel that I can talk about it. And I just don't know why I need to regulate what she puts on her body if there is not an ingestion risk and there is not a risk that kids are going to get into it. From my perspective, this number should be as high as you all feel comfortable making it. It just seems to me that this is setting it for no reason.
Yeah, I think that's, yes. I mean, I think we're going to try to figure out exactly what you said. So, yeah, that makes sense to us. Yes. Everybody hear me? Yes. So we're going to have to figure out what that number is, right? Like, and I don't want it to just be a throwing a dart against the wall. We need to figure out what it is. So we have to.
I mean, to me, and again, I have no idea, but it seems to me that this would be something we're reaching out to the topicals people in the audience, or the topicals people in the audience reaching out to share your stories about how much you use and why you use it, and where you could set this limit would be particularly helpful. And that's my feeling. I think it sounds like
So I guess once rules get made, often the limits get pushed a little bit. And again, I guess the question is, how is a topical only formulated in such a way that it can only be used topically and not diverted to other uses? I think when we think about the tincture example is a good one, where assumption is that a tincture is a high concentration alcohol solution, which is unlikely to have a kid take a shot of 1 ounce of almost pure alcohol. And again, a narrow medical mind thinks of topicals as things like the transdermal patches and Vaseline-based ointments. And again, so I think it would need to be a clear definition about what that topical formulation can include. That has a strict limit to it, and not just anything that you say can be put on the body is therefore a topical.
Sure, that makes sense. All right, so I'm going to go to the last, and then we're going to take a break, and then we'll take a 15-minute break, and I'd like to come back and sort of close out the discussion on tinctures, extracts, and this new high-dose category that we've talked about, with capsules and suppositories and transdermal patches, or categories. So
I suggest we look at Cheryl sent out a very informative paper last time. And piggyback on that is the Project CBD project that has cited some references about the appropriate dosage. If we just research that literature, because you reach a certain point where there's diminishing returns. Sure. In fact, studies have shown decreasing effects by using too much a product. So where is that sweet spot? We need to get for that. Okay.
And then Dave said he had a really good comment.
Yeah, there's 3 mics on.
Yes, I was just, we haven't talked about edible extracts, like an RSO or a full extract.
Yeah, we can talk about that. We can, let's put a pin in that and we'll talk about that.
All right, so it is 12 or 10:28, so let's come back in 15 minutes. Great. So one thing I wanted to say is we noticed at the staff side, we wanted to thank the audience for being respectful and allowing us to participate. So give yourself a round of applause. All right, so closing out the topical discussion, I'd like to move on to tinctures, concentrates, extracts, and then this new category. And something I failed to mention when we started is this all has an on or after April 1st effective date. So these serving sizes that we've been discussing according to the emergency rules have to take effect on April 1st. I think we're exploring pushing that date back a little bit to figure out a date that makes more sense. I don't know what that date will be. We don't want to put a lot of dates out there to confuse folks. And then, of course, whatever happens in February for the legislative session could potentially get less laughs at me about that. But So, I mean, we don't know right now. I don't know if June 1st is a more reasonable date to align us with the testing requirements. But that's sort of what we're leaning toward, is saying the labeling, serving size, and labeling and serving size would have to be effective sometime, like testing June 1st. So, thoughts on that? We didn't get to talk about that earlier.
Yeah, I would really agree with that. There's
I
definitely
thought you might.
There's been a lot of pushback.
I knew that already.
From edible makers and other processors, specifically about the labels.
Yeah.
And it's like they said, it's going to take a lot of time to get those ordered enough to write. So that would really be helpful.
And so it would mean us having to issue some sort of an emergency rule to sort of clean that up a little bit, but it would just be a rule that would sort of push the date out. Les?
I agree, of course. And I mentioned to Shannon at the break, sorry. A lot of these products are very similar. I mean, they are extracts, just kind of put in different containers, if you will. So I think we should consider treating concentration amounts similar, unless we have better data not to.
Well, and if the concentration sizes are the same, I think they would be all probably put into one category, for example, unless there's a reason to spell out that, like I think, we right now we've got cannabinoid tinctures. Well, let's get there in a second. Let's sort of date-wise, anybody have any concerns or thoughts on the dates? June 1, okay, great. So, folks have reached out to us and sort of indicated that maybe the 1 fluid ounce container size doesn't make, it might be okay to remove that. And then, there's been an ask to increase the tincture and the extract side on the marijuana, on both recreational and on medical. It sounds like on the market now, about 1,000 milligrams of THC in a product on the tincture and extract side, a gram of product and a gram, and about, so a concentrate, for example, is about this product size is a gram, and it's got up to whatever percentage, it's got about 90-something% THC. And it's not active unless it's inactive THC unless it's vaped. Correct.
That's not correct.
That's not correct.
Are you talking about an extract?
On an extract.
Concentrate?
Not a concentrate.
They're gonna be smoking,
Yeah.
consuming.
On a combustible extract or tincture, it's not.
It depends on. We just tested oil that was 50/50, delta 9 and THC.
An oil that was intended to be ingested after combustion?
CO2 vape.
Okay.
It just depends on the person's extraction method and their understanding of the technology of how to do it appropriately. Really, what people are trying to do is deliver THCA in a concentrated extract form. You're not trying to deliver an already decarboxylated material. So, but in a tincture,
John, there are companies that are doing that specifically, because there's been an identified need for it being that way, so.
but what I'm saying is that's not the normal practice of these type of things, and it really isn't the normal practice, and it never has been. So people are doing that now. We understand that there's, that, okay, we're trying to reach a certain market. We're trying to, have a little niche and saying, hey, we think this is valuable, we think this is valuable, so we're going to do this. We're going to decarboxylate half, but we're going to do it these type of styles. But from my understanding, a lot of these extractors, if you're serving decarboxylated product, you're not doing it right, not doing it the way you want to generally.
Just a couple of general points from what we've seen, and a pretty significant number of samples come through our laboratory. Traditionally, CO2 extraction processes will be somewhere in that 50/50 decarboxylated, non-decarboxylated or active delta 9, so 50/50 THCA delta 9, and that's just due to the processing itself. That's with no secondary process. So the extraction itself will get some range, from 70/30 to 50/50. Butane, propane, other solvent extracts are typically predominantly the acidic form, unless there is an additional processing event to decarboxylate those. I think the majority of products on the market will be that CO2 that's in some kind of limbo 50/50, and then the BHO, THO that will be primarily, maybe 80-90% of this product out there is THCA rich, unless it has been decarved with the secondary step.
Yeah, I mean, could we, I mean, once it's been decarboxylated, there's no going back, correct?
I mean, you could, but that, I mean. No, it typically wouldn't go back.
The point is, I think it is relatively common to just assume some of these oils are decarboxylated.
Most of them are. Well, the reason I asked was I was trying to lead us into a sort of the concern around sort of child safety again, right? Like, so the current proposal, the current draft rules are out there have 500 milligrams and 1,000 milligrams. So 500 milligrams for a tincture and 1,000 milligrams for an extract. If, as John says, they should be the same, and what most products that are on the market right now are 1,000.
I'm not saying they should be the same, I'm just saying at minimum they should be the same.
Minimum they should be the same, okay. But if the products that are on the market now, the tinctures that are on the market now are what?
There's a range. I mean, I have, like I said, I have a tincture that's only 600 milligrams a milliliter.
Okay. So if we
When you
increase,
start talking about a fluid ounce of that, it's.
so are there child safety concerns around extracts, tincture, ingestion?
I'm just curious, is this fluid ounce area here, does the tincture bottle, I mean, I know we're talking about removing that or whatever, does it can be less than fluid ounce, right? This
Correct.
is up to.
Correct. Yeah, it's the maximum.
So Washington has for their medical high THC products, and I don't think we included this table again, but so that includes capsules, tinctures, transdermal patches, and suppositories. They have a serving size of 50 milligrams of active THC, and then maximum of 10 servings per package. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
I'm going to submit just across all of the medical products that are non-edibles, that at least a 1,500 milligram container size should be considered, up to 5,000 milligrams container maximum size. That's primarily based on those calculations of what an approved daily dose of THC in the form of Marinol is in Canada. That is about 170 milligrams per day for an average human, and I'd like to have the healthcare professionals double check that for me. But backing that down to 170 for an approved Delta 9 pharmaceutical product, if we consider even just 50 milligrams, 50 milligrams a day. I'm sorry, I have to check my math on this. If you're at 50 milligrams a day times, well, that would put it up at 15 grams.
But Jeremy, let me just point out one thing about that study. So that was for Marinol prescribed for diabetic use with a 10 milligram dosage size. So, for antiemetic usage, I mean, that's one particular dosage. But I mean, I think we know that for a lot of other uses, people might take 5 or 10 times that much in a day. So, and also, you're trying to get the whole thing in one package, but I think we know that people can buy multiple packages. I still don't feel like we have clarity on how much people can buy. Anyway, you see what I mean? So the Marinol thing, I don't know if that's a good point of reference. I mean, I think maybe we want to think about how much people use in a day. And I feel like that maxes out around, in general, around maybe more than 2,000 milligrams that high-dose patients would use in a day.
I'd agree with that. I wanted to step in there. So it's like, high-dose patients, 1, 2, 3 grams a day to get in there, especially on some of these regimens where you're wanting to take 90 to 150 grams over a 3-month period to say wipe out your stage 4 lung cancer or something like that, brain tumors, whatever. Those are the kind of doses we're going to need. And when you're at that kind purchase the amount for 2 weeks, even 1 week supply would be nice. And, you know, even in that context, that's a lot. So we're not gonna actually accomplish making that happen here, but we should do our best to try for these kind of patients that are really in, the ones that are really suffering.
Is there any consideration that, and I'm sure there's some huge legal implications here, is there any mechanism where a healthcare professional could make a recommendation for a dose that was above, some set limit? If we are going to consider all the child, access, considerations and everything we have on the table, is there any opportunity, maybe it's a legislative section next year, where healthcare providers could, approve a patient for some dosage that would go into the, Framingham metric and have that patient's, identity so that they could go to a dispensary or a compounding pharmacy or, some other facility and have those high dosages?
May I ask a question? And I don't mean this audience question, so it's not appropriate, but when I have doctors come in who are interested in getting in the cannabis industry, it doesn't seem that they're very often prescribing dosage because they're concerned about losing their DEA license. So even when they're willing to make a recommendation for a card, they're not really making a recommendation. I mean, I love the idea, and I think it's a really good idea, and it's almost like a limit waiver. And I hope one day we get there, but I don't know if you'll find very many doctors who are comfortable doing that. So I'm hoping that whatever might be the limit waiver is actually where we land, obviously.
I really have to echo what John Bays just said. Also, from a practical standpoint, a cancer patient, which are the ones that I tend to work with most on a personal level, they do not want to go to the dispensary. They don't want to have their caregiver go to the dispensary 2 or 3 or 4 times a week. They want to buy a large dose. The typical patient or now recreational customer who comes into the dispensary, if they could buy the oil that we're giving them, they're not going to buy that oil. That is just not what they're buying. Only the very sick are buying those oils because they don't taste really good. You put them in sublingually, and if you do make them into capsules, I don't mind selling them. Let's see, the capsules we just made they're not even they're minimal therapeutic dose, 25 milligrams CBD and 18 milligrams THC. It's a Pennywise strain, but it's beautiful gold color, and they take 10 of them in a day, maybe, or 20. But they would much prefer to take that gram or 2 sublingually, and that generally they buy in a 10 gram at a shot bottle. It's a small little bottle like this, and they're going to buy 10 grams, which is, now if it's at a 60% concentration, it's 6,000 milligrams. And that will cost them 10 grams, let's say $50 a gram, that's $500. That's a typical cancer patient coming in for a 1 or 2 week supply. That's a cancer patient. Nobody else is buying that, just cancer patients. Even ALS patients don't want to take that much.
So give me that number again. Can you go through the numbers again, please?
Typically, in a 10-gram bottle, it will have a 60% concentration of THC. So you'll have 6,000 milligrams of THC in that 10-gram bottle. Am I correct, John?
It just depends, but yeah, anywhere from
6 to 8.
6 to 8,000.
Yeah, 6 to 8,000. That's correct. I was being on a low end.
This is what type of product is this? This is
No. I mean, what I would consider this is an RSO type of product,
Okay.
or the style, that style.
We do make it out of BHO, but others make it more with alcohol.
Like what I use is I use basically a CO2 base concentrate, and then I take that, dissolve it into alcohol, and I basically take all the alcohol off and leave the aqueous solution with it's basically mainly the water that's left, without the alcohol out, and it creates like an oil. So that's kind of
So if it's a 10-gram bottle, so
It costs about $500.
So under the scenario we have now, if you look at our table for cannabinoid concentrate or extract, we don't have a container size limit. We say 1,000 milligrams maximum THC. Why couldn't someone buy 6 of those? Just bear with me. And that's actually, as I do the math, if you had a gram of extract with 1,000 milligrams of THC, up to 90% THC, that's going to be actually
900.
Yeah. So what you said?
There's a reason why.
Okay.
There's waste factor. In the small bottles, you can't get it all out. This is a gummy substance, and it's hard to get out of the bottle. So you're wasting a lot in the bottle.
And also just the waste factor that completely disagrees with all philosophy of Oregon in every way. We're just saying, oh, let's make all this micro packaging and all this little waste, and let's make all this waste. It's like, whoa, damn, this looks like some third world country now inside our coast or something. I don't know what's going to happen. It's like, I don't want that thing.
And this is something like it has a dropper and you're putting it under your tongue.
Correct. Or in syringes, or there's all types of ways. There are.
But it's consumed orally.
It's consumed orally.
Yeah.
It's the delivery method, but
Yeah.
that's basically the common status quo what's happening. It's in a 1 gram syringe. People, that's their daily dose for the most part, but even in that context, it's pretty wasteful. So versus having like a 10 gram, however many size. I mean, to me, I'm trying to think, how can I get this little half dram or 1 dram glass bottle to deliver my high concentration extract that's, it actually has almost 5,000 milligrams in a dram. The bottle's like the size of
And we have
my
many
knee,
patient complaints with the small bottles.
Okay, this is helpful. Let's we'll work on this. I think as we start to talk about the creation of this high dose category, we'll sort of. This makes sense. I think it's probably going to say. So
As a quick clarifier, is typically those are that elixir would be left under the tongue and absorbed?
Yeah, I mean.
Exactly.
Exactly. It's a sublingual process. But to be honest, I use this product topically.
Yep.
I use it for everything. It's my only concentrate product that I have sitting around my house that I use for myself, or if I have some weird growth on my skin, I think skin cancer, if I think, I put it on everything.
If you put it on melanoma, it's magical.
And I keep bringing this back to this. We're talking about products for the medical side. No corresponding product on the retail side, correct?
I was talking about medical right now, but of course, there's efficacy of having all this product in the retail market because that's the reality of what we're doing.
John, what's the point of having a medical and retail market if we put all the same products on both markets?
I'm with you if we can have the right concentrations in this reality, but the thing is everyone is using this plant as medicine because it's medicine. And I don't care how we categorize it or create an illusion of description. That's the reality, no matter how we're labeling it.
I have a comment on this too, and the fact is that OMMP has not consistently, but regularly failed to get cards out in a timely manner. And also there was an interpretation by the OHA or somebody that you can't use your paperwork that they've received your card. So you could be dying of cancer and wait 2 months to get your card. So you should be able to get it at the recreational until we can plug this hole. Change that rule about you can't use your paperwork to get your
And so what if
stuff.
it was changed, because there's an LC, right, that would,
Yeah.
there's an LC that would provide for this sort of creation of a receipt when you file an
If that rule were changed and people could get it once they get their return receipt, that it's only a couple days wait, yeah, then it doesn't need to be a recreational.
That mitigates a huge factor.
Any other comments on tinctures, concentrates, extracts? Okay. High dose products. You want to go through the definitions again, folks?
What did I say?
Yeah, please.
All right, so we have a definition of tincture, which is now defined as a solution of alcohol, cannabinoid concentrate or extract, and perhaps other ingredients intended for human consumption or ingestion. So, and then I think you have to go back to the other definitions of cannabinoid products.
Which definition?
It's the definition. So 0020,
Okay.
cannabinoid tincture.
Page
two.
Page 2, halfway down the page, number 6.
Okay.
Means a solution of alcohol, cannabis, or extract and perhaps other intent for human consumption is exempt from the Liquor Control Act.
Right, and then we have, and so tincture is not included in the definition of a cannabinoid edible. Then, House Bill 3400 created sort of the catch-all cannabinoid product, which means an edible or any other product intended for human consumption or use, including a product intended to be applied to a person's skin or hair that contains cannabinoids or the dried leaves or flowers of marijuana. So, I view that catch-all as something that's not, you've made a concentrate or extract, but you're adding it to something else. You're putting it in something else, I guess like a capsule would make it a product and not just a straight up concentrate or extract. Okay, so there's that. Bring back up mine. And so the other definitions that we talked about adding were capsules and suppositories and transdermal patches. And so I went over those in the beginning.
I think you're going to need a category to figure out what category these go in for sublingual delivery.
Right.
Correct.
And Colorado has a definition of sublingual that you can maybe borrow.
And you get into a little trouble there because probably lozenges would be in that category.
Don't you think though it maybe makes more sense to clearly distinguish, if we can, what's considered an edible, right, which is a food or beverage, versus something that's not a food or beverage that you're putting in your mouth to...
Or suppository.
Well, right, that would be different. But, so, other things that you're taking orally that aren't a food or beverage, and to put those into one category.
Right.
Which I think...
Rather than having all these separate, I just worry about, creating all these separate categories. Yeah.
Go ahead, John.
We're going to say the same thing.
No, you go first. So, what we just talked about then with the sublingual products, that would be either a third category, a new category, or it would be captured under the high-dose products, correct? That's what we're proposing.
Right.
Just so folks understand.
The reason why I see it as confusing is that lozenges, which are an important medical delivery vehicle, it's hard to see how definition-wise you would separate them from hard candy.
Well, where would they fit? And so I think we can create a definition, and we can structure this in a way where we define what a lozenge is and say, and a lozenge is treated like X. But what are you suggesting a lozenge be treated like, is my question.
I'm not suggesting any solution, I'm just suggesting problems.
Right. So then I'll ask everybody, so is a lozenge more appropriately a high-dose product, or is it more appropriately treated like an edible?
I think it depends on the strength, but I think we should have, this is my own personal opinion, I think we should have a category for medicated lozenges. But and that's going to be too much of a pain. No offense, but any one candy or any one lozenge at 100 milligrams, that's a pretty decent dose for one lozenge. Or if we're doing a dual pack, 2 at 50, or if it's going to fit into that edible, but I feel like it's medically it's different.
Rob, are there problems on Rob, are there lozenge, just not cannabinoid lozenges? Do you guys have sort of other medication lozenges that you have a lot of calls about?
I'll have to check to find some numbers for you. but I think in general, that is not something that is a major issue that we've had, though most things that come in lozenge form are not particularly toxic. Most of them are like cough drops and stuff like that. So we don't see toxicity, and that doesn't necessarily mean kids don't get into them. I want to do a little thinking about this, because I do feel like lozenges, there is certainly a similarity to hard candy and things like that, but I don't know in my brain if I want to put them in the same category as a chocolate bar, because I feel like they're different. So I'll do a little research as far as if we have any data on kids getting into lozenges, and I think, yeah, I am concerned that it is similar in appearance to candy, but I feel like there's a workaround. I feel like there's a way to do it that would be appropriate and maybe packaging.
Yeah, we can talk with OLCC.
Sort of individually packaged as opposed to a big bottle with a bunch of sausages floating around it. Yeah.
Yeah. Great. Paul? Amy, I'm sorry, Amy, before you, Paul.
I don't know if I look at the definition of lozenge, just because I'm curious like what the actual definition of lozenge is. And it says a small medicinal tablet originally in the shape of a lozenge, taken for sore throats and dissolved in the mouth. So I don't know how you differentiate between a hard candy and a lozenge, even though we know when something is like a Halls versus, a cinnamon sucking candy. I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure if there's like some purpose for it because this is supposed to be like a more medicated product, but I don't know if at some point you're just not like parsing it in kind of a crazy way unnecessarily.
Is that the FDA definition you're looking at?
That is the Wikipedia definition.
We won't define a word with a word.
And Michael, it's not just lozenges. I mean, the category medically is really sublingually or buccally absorbed delivery devices, and so it's going to include lozenges, and it's also going to include probably those films.
Let's just switch over there.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Somebody just leaned on a switch, it's fine.
Okay.
No, we can get out. It's fine.
Paul?
So again, we keep drifting back and forth between the two sets of categories. With regard to lozenges and packaging in the medical side, isn't that all within OHA?
Packaging? No, OLCC has packaging.
No, we're talking medical. I don't think OLCC has any authority over medical packaging.
Right, just as OHA has labeling and concentration size authority for both the adult use and medical side, so does OLCC have authority over packaging for both sides? No, there can't be different
That
standards.
wasn't my understanding from the OLCC rec that we were talking about medical packaging.
Yeah.
But again, having them in separate agencies and separate committees makes it challenging to achieve the goal of making the products available in a form that minimizes accidental. And lozenges will, to a toddler, are candy. They're not different. They may have different intentions, but they're funded in the same way.
But we could also write in specifics of a lozenge in this area, say, they correlate with packaging, or is that not even something? Like, if a lozenge is displayed in, single serving packaging with these type of labelings on it, blah, 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 then wouldn't OLCC say, okay, just adopt that for our section?
We'll look into it, yeah.
I found the definition, the FDA definition.
Yeah, I know there is one.
Okay, you got it, okay.
I don't have it now. but
Yeah,
I've
it's
seen it
just
before.
a solid dosage form intended for dissolution in the mouth.
Yeah, great. We'll figure it out. I'll wait.
Hey, Michael, don't forget about nebulizers.
Probably.
He's right.
Yeah, I know.
Michael, I think the concentration, if these lozenges or whatever are intended to be consumed sublingually, and if they're packaged correctly,
taking any of this stuff while sublingually is horrible. It's disgusting. So I think, throwing a little candy in, for me, that makes it semi-tolerable. So I don't think it's going to be an issue for kids if it tastes really bad.
So Natalie, thank you, Liz. That's helpful. The nebulizer comment makes, I think, me think that that's why we came up with that last category down there that's sort of the catch-all. I'm not saying that that's where nebulizers belong, but that's why we did that, because there's going to be something that we don't know. It's sort of
Well, even it's going to evolve in the next years, what's going to happen, because the science of this is happening so fast that we're going to have new things in a year that we didn't even think of.
And just so folks know, Colorado, I'm more familiar with the Colorado process, is they've gone back several times to sort of through the rulemaking process for several things. And so, we want to get it as right as we can, obviously, but there'll be opportunities to adjust if new products sort of show up, or if we find out that a certain product has an increased child safety or danger risk than was anticipated, for us to be able to react to protect public health.
I'm just going to comment briefly on the cannabinoid product concept. And I have to tend to disagree a little bit with having that cannabinoid catch-all product group. Through my interpretations, looking at both testing, labeling, and some of those other more technical considerations, I think that broad categorization continues to present challenges. And as we start to get granularity on all these different product types, I even look at edibles, potentially having an edible category as food and beverage in one of the tables, because I think those are different products and formulations to consider. So overall, I think a shift in getting this granularity is very important. Also looking at, again, just transdermal patch versus topical ointment will be important. And potentially there's some category, for research or product development. And maybe the products that are listed in rule, you have to be one of those products, and you just can't bring a nebulizer to market until you go through some type of research and development or some proof of concept or, approval process. I mean, I think there's some significant risk there to allow just a new product to come out and go without, some sufficient vetting and, either some type of trial or approval process.
Thank you, Chair. All right, so any final thoughts on sort of medical as we've discussed it today?
I think you're correct on the nebulizer or on a spray of sorts. We're actually working on a product that is very similar to that, and then you have Sativex. I don't know how you pronounce it. Sativex.
Which is what?
It's a GW Pharmaceuticals is developing. It's a 50-50 CBD THC drug. The rumor has it it's going to be approved this year.
Third stage trials. It's a full plant extract, and it's already legal in
France.
numerous countries.
What's the mode of delivery? What is it?
Spray.
It's an atomizer spray.
Okay.
Atomizer spray. It's basically a tincture that they're atomizing.
Yes.
It's a standardized tincture that they're atomizing. These kind of things, we use it as, hey, here's this example, but we've got to understand this is coming from Europe. They're trying to infiltrate our whole system with this trip, associated with Monsanto and the whole reality. So
Right, but it's coming. I mean, the nebulizers are coming, and if you have lung cancer, and if you can find a good incipient to work with it, which we're working on, is probably a decent product.
And these are products that be available by prescription through a pharmacy.
Sativex would, but...
Or MS only, as far as I...
For a specific disease.
Yes.
And this is just totally out there, but what if somebody comes up with an injectable and it's cannabinoid product, I hope nobody would without some serious sterilization.
You can inject it right in your tumor.
Thank you, Jeremy.
they are doing that. That's what the studies are. They're injecting straight THC into rats, and stopping angiogenesis of brain, lung, prostate, breast cancer tumors, completely annihilating tumors this way. So
it's coming.
Okay. Thank you. So, any final thoughts? We found this tremendously helpful as far as the discussion we've had today. I think we've made a lot of progress. I think we've made a lot of progress.
Thank you.
We think we've made a lot of progress. Thank you for sort of your comments. What we'll do is when we figure out when the next meeting is, we'll bring back our sort of, we'll meet, we'll come up with some changes, we'll distribute them to the RAC members, and we'll discuss it at our next meeting. Yeah, and thanks for helping us figure out what order to do this meeting in, and the sort of the questions that we've asked you so far. So we're ahead of schedule. Do we want to go? Let's go ahead and start talking about, unless anyone has any final discussion thoughts. Last chance.
Go ahead. I do. I mean, my phone's blowing up on people in the audience and other places that give me comments, and it's important that I listen to it. And there are a lot of patients who need good tasting medicine. So some of the stuff that we have needs to be sort of mixed with some other things. I have not had that experience. Most of my patients just push on through, but there's a lot of feelings that we have to have some sweeteners or some things added to the medicine. So I don't know how that affects this conversation, Michael. But
it's a helpful comment. Yeah, Les.
Are we including comments on
Yeah, sure. If there are any thoughts about what we just, I mean, we didn't make any changes based on our conversation from last week because we wanted to have sort of discuss everything, or 2 weeks ago, we wanted to discuss everything.
They were calling for retail marijuana.
Yep.
Okay. Again, I think looking at the concentrates and extracts, other retail products should probably mirror what's available in the recreational, at least as you have it on.
I'm sorry, I can't hear.
Can't hear back there. Can't hear. I'm saying for example, the concentrate or extracts, still limited to 250 milligrams on the retail side. And all that's doing is generating more waste and landfill material commonly available in 1 gram cartridges, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, we've got a bunch of notes from that from 2 weeks ago. We're going to try to figure out what the balance is.
Okay.
So let's go ahead and start the labeling discussion before we break for lunch.
All right, so I'll try to walk folks through the labeling rules. So the definitions, again, are in 0020.
Before you continue, all of you that are speaking that are on the OMP board, it's not coming through your speakers here. Everyone else that's been around, so if I can't hear it, other than your nice projection, they can't hear it back there. I'm sorry. Do you have a tech?
Thank you.
All right, we'll figure it out. So you hear Shannon.
Can you hear me?
Okay.
Okay.
Figure this out.
All right.
What page are we on? Where are we? What section are we on?
So again, 0020
So
starts
the
on
top,
page 2. So those are all our definitions. I think the definitions to sort of pay attention to are, again, the definition of cannabinoid edible, the definition of food, and what's meant by human consumption. So I'm not going to walk through the definitions, but just, if you have a question about a term, look and see if it's defined, or if you think we need a definition, let me know that too. And the labeling, sort of going backwards in 0010, is on the first page. Right, so these are labeling requirements that set minimum standards for both the adult use, the retail, and the medical side. So OHA is setting minimum labeling requirements for both OLCC licensees and OHA registrants. If you are, just a medical marijuana grower or an unregistered processor because you don't have to get registered to be a processor, and you're providing products to patients or caregivers, and these labeling requirements are not going to apply to you. So this isn't going to apply to stuff that's sold by dispensaries or OLCC licensees. Right now, these labeling requirements are set to go into effect on April 1st, so by April 1st, everything in a dispensary would have to be labeled in accordance with these rules. Again, as Michael said, that date may change.
Shannon?
Yeah.
So on number 2, it looks like if I'm a patient, I can't give one of these products to another patient? They have to be somehow linked to me as a caregiver or a grower or something? Is that accurate? Okay, because that's the way I read that too. So patients can, patients can still share with patients then?
Yeah, nothing,
Without
nothing
labeling.
about the labeling requirements.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Are we starting? Sorry.
Sure.
Sorry. Are we starting with 0030?
We're gonna. I was gonna jump there.
Right, but will you let me know when we pass definitions?
Here, unless anyone else has anything on definitions, we are past definitions.
So I think attaching the universal symbol, which I was actually tempted to make a hat for everybody on this panel, because I like it so much.
Amy, it's trademark.
It's trademark.
Sorry. That's not a joke. I'm being serious.
Is it really?
Yeah, I have a trademark. We have a trademark on it.
That just like absolutely filled the rest of my day. So I think attaching the universal symbol to the plant seems kind of redundant. Is that coming?
Yeah, so we agree, and we
Okay.
originally did not have the universal symbol on the plant. We only had the universal symbol on products that could be, that we felt like consumers need to know this product looks like another product, but it contains marijuana. So seeds were sort of the one audited, we were like, oh yes, seeds, of course. So seeds, and then edible products, and then some tinctures and extracts. But after looking through the 3,400, we realized that we have to, the labeling requirement is not everything, correct? Is that right?
I can't remember if that's why we landed on this, or if it was determined. I mean, you could have people that are not familiar with plants that would want to know, is it a marijuana plant, is it not a marijuana plant?
Well, yeah, I mean, it seems to me, and again, this is really stupid waste time talking about maybe, because maybe it doesn't matter, but it seems to me that if you have the universal symbol, which is meant to tell kids, do not ingest this, right? I mean, that's what I thought it was, like, focus grouped around.
Not
Was
only,
this idea
but-
more like a Mr. Yuck or a warning or something?
Well, I mean, not only kids. I think it's also communicating to adults that, products that have been, for adults who did not purchase the product, for example, that the product contains, to remove ambiguity about whether or not the product contains marijuana for all audiences.
Okay, so I would just like to lodge that I don't think 0030 and 0040 need to contain the universal symbol.
Okay.
And are people pretty familiar with like, I don't want to go through the labeling requirements for each thing. I was sort of going to hit the highlights. So just sort of generally, once you get to usable marijuana and for the other cannabinoid products and concentrates and extracts, right, they're going to have the concentration of THC and CBD, the activation time, and that's a statutory requirement. I know, Mallory, you had some sort of issues with the activation time. So that would be, something that either said this product, can take up to X amount of time. Well, edibles have a different issue, but either it takes effect immediately or it doesn't. I know in Colorado I've seen products that have sort of a little clock that tells you, so you could picture it that way as well. And that's a statutory requirement.
Question, does the statutory require an exact time, or can we just give a range, short and long?
Yeah, we know it's not going to be exact, so. An up to or generally felt immediately. Jeremy?
I don't have a comment on activation time, but THC and CBD. And I'll just start, we're going to walk around the rules a little bit. This is with regards to the intention of having total THC on products that will be combusted as per the formula that's listed in 333-064-0100, that's page 21. So just looking at usable marijuana on page 4, which is subsector 0050, it indicates concentration of THC and CBD must be on that label. So to determine what that concentration of THC and CBD is, I guess bottom line, there isn't a total THC link anywhere in the labeling to that calculation. And I probably need some help walking through this, but the concentration of THC and CBD, for example, in 0050, links to 0070430 on page 18, which is standards for testing THC and CBD concentration. There it does list THC, THCA, CBD, and CBDA. I haven't been able to find that link that requires on the label the total THC, because the definition and labeling section has THC means tetrahydrocannabinol and has the same meaning as delta-9 THC. So maybe in the labeling definition section, the THC should be indicated as total THC per the 064-0100.
Okay, so go to 0090.
Okay.
8.
Yep.
All right, so page 8 and 9, and then sub 8 says that the THC and CBD amount required to be on the label must be the value calculated by the lab that did the testing in accordance with the 0100.
Okay.
Is that the link that you need?
The THC and CBD must be calculated, the value calculated for THC. So it does, I think that the THC and CBD would be the amount required calculated, because in 064-0100 subsection 5, it indicates calculating total THC and total CBD.
Yeah.
And in that subsection that you just referenced, it is still just THC. So I don't.
Right, but we need, yeah.
I know what we mean. I know what
Okay.
it meant, but
But so it's a definitional problem.
I believe so.
Okay.
I know the intention is that we have the appropriate total potential available THC for combustible products by that formula, but I think it just needs a little bit of work to link it back so that it is, legally and technically required to be on the label.
I was just looking for the language on the label can't have any cartoons or be appealing to children. I'm having trouble finding that language.
Under the definition of advertising, not computer, I think.
Can't hear.
I know that's in the packaging.
Just can't find it on the label.
And you did it in the OLC. We need to,
So the reason why I was asking you is, I just wanted to point out, on the label, we can't have any cartoons or images of children. That this universal symbol is a cartoon of marijuana with an exclamation.
I can barely hear too, I'm sorry.
There you go.
I don't hear that.
Try again, Dave.
Yeah, I was just talking about the universal symbol and the concept of no cartoons or appealing images to children on the label. And I just feel that that universal symbol seems to be a cartoon.
All right, thanks, Dave. And we'll look for the cartoon during the break.
Yeah, and I think it is, it's part of the whole packaging. I think it's on the OLCC packaging side, the cartoons and images and things like that.
So there's a question, should it actually be here as well? So we'll need to look into that. Go ahead, whoever's next, Amy.
So I have quite a few questions. One is, has anybody tried to put all of this on a label? I'm just curious.
Guys, please. I know we're getting to the break. We got a long day ahead of us, okay? So let's please keep outbursts to
I'm concerned about how you'll fit everything on there. And two, I am concerned about having place of address on the labels. I don't know that it's necessary to have that. I realize it says mailing address and not licensee or registrant's address, but it seems to me that that is unnecessary. And I don't think that there's a statutory requirement that all of these things go on there. I have to go back to look at 3400 to see what is statutorily required. But it seems to me that this is an almost impossible task. It also seems to me that it defeats a little bit of the purpose, which is to provide a warning, to give some of the most important information and have that be readily accessible. I don't want these to look like those Dr. Bronner's soap containers,
Yep.
where it's like, you just don't even read what they have to say, although you should, because they're kind of interesting. But, so I am concerned about that. I'm concerned from a safety perspective about the address. I'm concerned about which of these are statutory requirements. I think some of this information is duplicative, because I can't, and I think to have it, and I can't quite tell if it has to, when it leaves the store, in the store's package have, it's illegal to drive under 10A and 11A for some of these, or I don't know if they're duplicative or not. So,
Yeah, we've talked about this internally,
Okay.
trying to figure it, sort of trying to address the concerns that you just brought up. And so, is there products of a certain size, do they have an onsert or an insert in the package, or some sort of, are there other mechanisms to deliver this information instead of on the principal display label? And so I don't know what the approach is that we're going to take, but we've heard this, and I think we're trying to figure out what the right approach is. So I don't have an answer for you, but it's a good point, and it's something we're going to work on.
But I will say that House Bill 3400 requires that edibles be labeled the same way that other food items are. And so there are sort of some additional requirements for them.
It seems like the address would be an easy thing to put off. It's unrealistic.
Yeah, we have to look at what the FDA requirement is for foods and addresses and what that, but, right. We'll look at that. Thank you.
So, I have to remember one other thing.
Yeah.
So somebody just emailed me, and I think that it's a good point. And the email says, we still don't have a way to label edible extracts and concentrates. RSO, CO2 still have to be labeled do not eat. And I don't know if I've never eaten CO2, but I know many people put RSO, eat RSO.
Yeah, if we created, so this was before we had considered creating the category for these high dose sublingual products. We would not have a do not eat on a product that was intended to be put into the mouth, right? I think, yeah, so I think that's just an artifact of us discussing, right, labeling rules that were produced before we made progress on serving size rules.
But I'll also point out that in 0090, if you have an item that falls into more than one category, so it's a concentrate, but it's also would fall within the edible category because you're ingesting it orally, then you have to comply with both labeling requirements, but you would not have to put the do not eat warning on it. So just make sure that you're reviewing those sort of catch-all pieces in 0090.
So why don't we go ahead and take a break, and we'll reconvene the meeting we're ahead of schedule, so why don't we reconvene the meeting at 10 minutes after the hour? That gives people enough time to go out and get some lunch and come back, and we will work through lunch on our end. Our food's not here yet, so that's 25 minutes. So MRAC comments early. It'll probably give us more time for public comments and time for public comment. Is that fine? Yeah, great. So, Shannon, how do you want to handle this?
All right. I know we're sort of jumping around. Maybe we want to go to talking about edible labeling requirements. I do think, Amy, that someone from the dispensary program did sort of mock up a label to see how the information would fit on it. You can have more than one label, so not all the information is required to be on the label. So I just wanted to point those two things out.
Did it look absolutely insane? Like when they
It
put
didn't,
it
it didn't look
there?
that insane. It's been a while since I've looked at it, but.
Can we put it up?
Yeah.
Figure it out.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll find it and we'll distribute it to our members and make it available on the website.
You guys, what's the story with labeling flowers? I mean, the way it works now is the dispensaries will print labels and put them on little containers, right there. I think in Washington, people have to pre-package everything.
Yeah.
Are we going to that here, or are people still going to be able to serve flowers in whatever serving size and print out a label at the shop?
They can still do that. I don't think there's anything in the rules that would prevent them from doing it at the dispensary, versus it being prepackaged.
We much prefer no pre-packaging. We like to have the experience with the patient especially, that they get to choose some of the buds they like, and it's just, it makes a much more intimate experience than a pre-package. And we would really, really not to see a pre-packaging requirement.
So in theory,
Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead. I'm in full agreement of that. Repackaging flowers in the medicinal market seems absurd, but I mean, I understand the reasons for the recreational market, but even in that context, it takes out this like boutique personal experience and this kind of like per case scenario of what they think is going to be the best for their recreationally high or medicinal efficacy.
But there is no pre-packaging requirement for retail, right?
Right. There's not.
Great, so let's not talk about that.
Yeah. So as I said, the edible products have to be labeled in a manner that's consistent with how other food requirements are required to be labeled. So that means that they have to include an ingredient list, list of potential allergens. OHA did include an additional requirement, which is including sodium, sugar, carbohydrates, and total fat, which I think, right, isn't that was extra?
Yeah, we were not at, we decided, yes, we decided to do that on our own.
Okay. So I don't know if anybody wants to talk about that. I mean, as I said, everyth's going to have to include activation time, universal symbol, and then warnings depending on what the product is. And then there's a warning that's for products that are being sold by licensees, and then warnings if things are being sold by dispensaries, because for OLTC licensees, it's only for use by adults 21 and older. And of course, on the OMMP side, you could be under the age of 21 and have these products. Jeremy?
On the, I guess the additional requirements, sugar, carbohydrates, etc. There's no requirements for an accredited laboratory to perform those. And I just wanted to understand a little bit of clarification on, traditionally in food products, there's two mechanisms, I think, to evaluate these. I'm not a food expert, but you could either do it by calculation of the raw material inputs or do it with analytical testing. Will both of those mechanisms be acceptable for determining these values? And does it have to be an accredited laboratory that provides this information to the manufacturer, and the manufacturer do it themselves?
What are the pros and cons, do you think, of allowing both? Or is there a con to allowing both methods?
I don't see a con for allowing both. I think both should be allowed.
What about allowing unaccredited laboratories to test for it?
I have some hesitation with allowing that to ensure that there's meaningful information on that.
So we could allow two, so just kind of continuing this train of thought, we could allow the two methods you said, basically based on a calculation based on raw input, or you get tested but in an accredited laboratory.
Right. And potentially that calculation would have to be through some validated software program.
Yeah, sure.
Or, a lot of times the laboratories perform that calculation and then give it out as a certified, so the laboratory takes that responsibility. I think particularly for the allergens, those possible public health and safety issues. We want to consider that more strongly than the carbohydrate sugars. But they should probably all be considered.
Do other people have thoughts about Dave? You might.
Could you guys gear up to do all that testing easily enough? And could most labs do that testing?
Yeah, the calculations are quite easy. There's a lot of software packages that make that available, and they just have, you have to identify the manufacturer, what those are, and then, but you have to make sure that when you're making that edible, you have good manufacturing practices, and you're using the same amount of ingredient for every product. So if you have slight variations, you have to do that calculation again. But
what about for endpoint testing? If someone brings you a homemade brownie.
Endpoint testing is much more challenging and quite costly. I would probably recommend, unless there's a food lab already geared up to be doing that type of ingredient testing. Allergen testing would be much easier. It's something that you can bring in quite easily. But those different food nutrient analysis or nutritional analysis, you'd have to go to a food specialty lab. I don't think any of this labs will gear up by this summer for that.
So if you're like a homemade cookie maker, not in the cannabis market, but you have that label and all that stuff, where do you get that info from? You send a sample to a food lab?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't necessarily understand the
So
question.
just for normal cottage industry bakers?
They would probably just use that calculation, the ingredient calculation. Because you say, buy some Bob's Red Mill flour, you know what that is, how much of that you use, you go buy some chocolate chips, you go buy eggs, you know what all those inputs are, there's math, your recipe, and then you get out your final result per unit or per package. It's mostly software based.
I think most professionally made products like that are, okay, chef, they're going to measure ingredients by weight, and it seems like a practical solution here. We know there have been problems with inconsistencies just in the cannabinoid testing with labs because of different background noise, if you will. So it would seem practical to manufacture these products by weight, and you're good to go. Have a consistent oil that's been tested, and you weigh that along with all the other ingredients that should, I would think, under FDA rules and stuff, would suffice.
I would just recommend not doing by weight potency levels. I'm not sure if that was the recommendation, but definitely calculation for all the ingredients in nutrient analysis. I would submit that every edible should be tested for potency until a homogeneity study and validated processing is in place to show that that can be consistently achieved each time.
Well, there's been a problem with, you go to one lab, it's particularly with edibles, that you're just going to get a different result. So I don't know that the testing available today is capable of doing that.
Agreed, but as of June 1st, all of that testing would be by an accredited laboratory that will have been inspected and performing a very significant amount of quality control to ensure.
Do you think that's a quality control issue or just a limitation of the testing process as it exists?
I'm not sure that, so I think that the variation is a combination both of non-homogeneous products as well as variability in the laboratories. But there are proficiency tests at every laboratory that will be providing this testing must analyze the same edible, and they must perform on an ongoing basis laboratory controls of the same edible products to show that consistency. I personally am not concerned about inconsistencies with laboratories once we get through the accreditation requirements.
We'll talk about labeling, or I'm sorry, testing, after the lunch hour. So, Dave, you've been trying to get at.
So are edible labels going to be required to have nutrition facts on them as well?
No, and I think that's because that is optional on the food side. It's not actually a requirement, if I'm remembering correctly.
Okay. Yeah, as far as I looked into it, I believe you have to have the FDA approved to use the nutrition fact label, which would be a problem.
There
there were like 3 reasons we didn't do it, and I don't remember the third reason, but I think that was the number 1. So we'll look, I'll go through our notes and try to figure out. But as of now, no.
Is that what the addition of the sodium, sugar, carbohydrates, and fat is aimed at least having some of that information on there?
Yes.
Thank you.
And this is what we're talking about, just dealing with by weight, and that's why Jerry was clarifying. Just not suggesting that for the THC and everything. Is that what I'm clear on? Right? We're just, obviously, we do math to get all this information without having to go that long and test the laboratories to test the concentration of all this stuff, correct?
Right, there's no requirement that a lab does this, but an accredited lab does this testing currently for this stuff. Other than the THC and CBD.
So then math is fine, we just do it ourselves.
Well, but Jeremy's proposal was that there could be 2 processes. That one is we just keep saying do math. And it's actually complicated, right? So you get a computer program that would be able to calculate, sort of a certified computer program that would be able to calculate this for you. Or you could go through an accredited laboratory, under Jeremy's proposal, an accredited laboratory that would test and provide you with what the limits are. There'd be 2 paths.
You can make anything that's out of cannabinoid in it, send it to a regular food lab, get all the information, and then you just do the math on adding the material to it.
It's just going to be much cheaper for manufacturers to do instead of sending it off to do those sugar and allergen, they'll have to do the allergen analysis. But the sugars and whatnot, just doing the math is going to be much cheaper, especially if you have multiple different products, because each one will have to be evaluated differently.
Just set it into the algorithm, it does it for you, and we're going.
And I would submit that potentially manufacturers could do those calculations with certified software if they were to submit to a compliance authority, their evaluation. This is the computer software we use. This is the report that it generated. This is what my label is going to say. It wouldn't necessarily have to go through a laboratory. I think laboratories could offer that service as well, but you would enable some manufacturers to take on that themselves as long as it was approved.
So just trying to really stick to the transparency labeling that we decided on 3460, really on all the aspects.
Okay.
Okay, so I wanted to also point out the general label requirements in 0090. Again, I know we talked about it a little bit, so that's on page 8 and 9. So every container that has a marijuana item in it has to have a principal display panel, and that is a defined term. It means the portion of the package that is most likely to be seen by the consumer at the point of purchase, and must include the product identity, net weight, and universal symbol. Okay, so that's the thing that says chocolate chip brownie or whatever it is. The labels have to comply with the NIST handbook requirements. I just looked them up today. They're lengthy. But those are sort of I think the standardization for commercial products generally. The font on labels can't be smaller than 8 points. It has to be in English, though it can be in other languages. It has to be unobstructed and conspicuous. Again, you can have more than one label. Their requirements are sort of how big the universal symbol has to be. In lieu of a warning, you could use a pictogram or something else, but that's going to have to, sort of approval for that will have to go through the OLCC pre-approval process. So all licensees and OHA registrants will have to get pre-approval for labels and packages through OLCC. And OLCC is going to have sort of a generic, there's going to be a generic label, generic package that won't require pre-approval. So just to know that. The label can't contain any untruthful or misleading statements. You can't make a health claim on a label unless there's significant scientific agreement for that health claim. And again, if an item falls into more than one category, you need to meet the labeling requirements of both. Hopefully we've caught here, the warning requirements that you might not have to comply with if you're, again, if you are product was something that was both a concentrate and an edible, where the concentrate says do not eat, and of course it's for eating, so you wouldn't have to put the do not eat warning on there. You can reuse packaging for marijuana items, but if you reuse packaging, all the old labels have to be taken off, and you have to make sure that's the new label. And then 0-100 on page 9 is again the pre-approval requirement for the OHA registrants.
I think we should roll up that calculation into this approval process and allow manufacturers to do that themselves for the sugar and other things like that.
I'm not sure. Can you explain that to me?
Just what we were talking on earlier, just to, if they're edible manufacturers required to do the carbohydrate sugar testing, and they can provide evidence through this label approval process that they use certified software, and that software is generated a report, they should be able to submit that to OLCC as the edible manufacturer for that approval, instead of having to go through a lab, with still the option that a lab could do that if they needed it to.
So I don't think the pre-approval on the labeling requirement is going to check the sort of the content. It's going to be more about, does the label have all the things on it that it's supposed to have? Is, how's the font, etc. But OLCC is not going to be checking sort of what's going to go in the package and the specific sort of numbers and other things on it. Yeah.
I would ask, and just kind of emphasize the point made earlier, if you have a 0.48 inches wide by 0.35 inches high,
Where are you at?
bottom of page 8, that you folks try to get all of this information you're asking for in that size label, in that font size.
No,
See what it looks
That's
like.
a universal symbol.
That's just the universal symbol.
Okay. That is the symbol that needs to be 0.48, but.
That's the size that's the minimum size of the universal symbol.
Okay.
Not the label.
All right.
That's
and what?
Yeah,
Okay,
that's about
so
the size of the dime.
The 8-point font and so forth is pertaining to the label itself, right?
Correct.
To the words.
The minimum
words
8.5
on the label.
is referring to the words of the label.
Okay, I see. Then if you can include that universal symbol at that size along with the other material on a label, that would actually fit on a.
Right, and that's what we were saying, that
container
our staff has,
and one of
we
them.
believe our staff has mocked up a mock label that we'll try to get a copy of, or we're going to confirm that they did that and get a copy.
Okay, and could you provide those in different sizes? Or I assume there's going to be a minimum size you can fit all of this in.
I need to see what's been done. So I need to find out.
Okay, thank you. On the generic label, what's going to be, is there a definition for this generic label that OLCC is going to basically have to approve? Like what's going to be allowed on that generic label, like, brand name, and how much of a generic does it have to be? Is there that definition?
Yeah,
Jamie, you want to come up to the mic?
So as Jamie moves up, Les, was there something in particular?
I didn't introduce
you
yourself.
were worried about?
A little talky, but you gotta talk first. Hi, so I'm Jamie Dickinson. I work for the OLCC, and I'm the packaging and labeling specialist. To answer your question, sorry, to answer your question, there can be no pictures, logos, or graphics on the generic label. So the generic label is essentially all of the information that's required by OHA without any, like if you have a brand logo, you can't put that on there.
So if I have my, green voting, which is trademarked, the words green voting, I can have that on that generic label as long as there's no pictorial logo associated with that, right? So if I wanted to create a generic label for green voting that fits all the generic definitions, but is actually going to be my label and everything, I can run forward with that without any issue with OLCC as long as there's no pictorial logo associated with that and it's not in a graphically oriented kind of sticker.
Sure. Is that the trade name of the business?
Yes.
Then yes, that will be required to be on there.
Yes, so I can.
Without,
decide,
yeah.
As long as I don't have a Victoria logo, I can just run forward with this, with fitting all these requirements without having to say, can I do this OLCC?
Correct. But the packaging would still have to be pre-approved.
Exactly, but if you, child-proof container, all the basic stuff.
Yes, correct.
Thank you.
Jamie, is on the packaging side, though, is OLCC sort of going to get out there packaging that it says it's compliant, or are people going to have to submit packaging to OLCC?
So the way that we're reading the rules is that in order to have something on the pre-approval list, it has to be approved through the process. So as our process gets going and as people submit packages to us, everything that is approved will be put on a list and it will be put on our website. So anyone can look and see what's been approved or denied and the reasons for why it has been approved or denied.
Are you saying that no logos are on packaging, or is this just the label?
So what we were just talking about was the actual approval of the label. So if you want to have a generic label that does not need approval, you can't have any logos on the label. But the packaging itself would still need to be pre-approved.
Does that logo requirement apply to the packaging?
If it was on the packaging,
Yeah.
to think about that. I mean, I guess it depends on how you're doing it. If you're embossing, like if you had a bottle and you were embossing the logo on the bottle, I would say that was packaging. If it was a sticker on the package, I would say that was a label.
And the OLCC packaging rules are at OAR 845025, starting at 7,000. Okay.
So Les, I want to make sure you asked some questions where I clarified what the size was. What's your concern, I guess, is what we should have asked.
No, I'm just reiterating the concern about all this stuff on the
Can it all actually fit on there? Yeah, all right. So we'll get the mock-up.
Especially with the minimum size of that.
Have we been thinking about doing these kind of like, day bags or stash bags, kind of lock bags and all that stuff? Has this been a really big topic in OLCC for us at all? Like that in Colorado where you basically purchase a $3, $5 bag, you have it all the time, so you're gonna be going to these places all the time, go to the spots, lock it up, leave. It's like, opaque, no logos, no branding, no anything on it. Is that something that's...
So in our rules, we allow exit packages. And the exit bag, it depends on how you're using it. So say the packaging that you were using did not qualify for child resistance for some reason, it just wasn't, there's a way that you could actually use an exit bag that was child resistant, and that could maintain it. Other than that, if you were just going to use the bag as a point of sale bag, and the packages themselves met the requirements, you wouldn't have to use an exit bag.
So if I had an exit bag, say at my dispensary Kalis's, and it had a Kalis's logo on it, is that allowed on that? If it just has a logo on that black opaque exit bag, that's just a straight exit bag with no information on it, correct?
So are you talking about that's just for like point of sale, like it's just like
So
a
basically
like a
whatever,
grocery bag?
yeah, whatever. So I can basically, instead of stuffing everything in a childproof Mylar bag that's not reusable, basically, I have a now reusable bag that I have in my dispensary that I'm saying, issuing to everyone or offering to them, any customer that wants to be a return customer for whatever $3 deposit, say. And we just use these bags like they do in Colorado or wherever, and I wanted to say for my dispensary, offer that, so then say everything else in my dispensary, I don't have to worry about packaging and dealing with all that stuff and all that drama, because everyone leaving my store has one of these exit bags and are using that solely.
So if you're using an exit bag for the purposes of, so say your packages they're not.
Basically, if anyone's leaving my store, they're leaving, any of their product is leaving in an exit bag that they, say like if I want to buy Strauss milk, I have to pay $2 for that glass bottle, that I'm going to get back if I don't just throw it in my recycling bin or something, So that same concept, but they just keep reusing this bag because they like coming to my shop and they like, and it's only $3, and then it basically cuts out this whole waste pattern.
Sure, so is the exit bag going to be child resistant?
Of course, yeah, I mean, they have the child-proof locks on them, there's like a really specially designed exit bag for this kind of process, you know?
Yeah, so that use is in the rules, so you can use those particular packages.
And then everything in the dispensary, I can just have completely no packaging, no special packaging, everything, as long as it leaves in that exit bag.
No. I mean, you can use those bags, but I'm saying, like, no, you still have to get all of that stuff pre-approved with the OCC, but you can use those bags as
So
well.
they would have to be childproof and then go in an exit bag. It just couldn't be an exit bag that's childproof, that's completely.
Your other products you could have an exit bag only child resistant product, right? So that could be your child resistant packaging in the exit bag. But your packages themselves are still gonna have to go through OLCC's pre-approval process, checking for attractive to minors, misleading statements,
Yes,
right?
The
Labeling
exit
requirements.
bags work is this basically mitigates this full extra packaging. That's it.
Yeah, from what I'm hearing you say is that you just have if you have a package.
All my
that
labels
you-
are approved through you guys, but
Yeah.
I don't want to childproof anything. I don't want to do any extra anything. I'm going to exit bag everything. Even though my labels are approved from you guys, it says all the stuff it needs to say on there, but it just doesn't have any child resistance on it.
So as long as you get your packages approved through the OLCC and the exit bags approved through the OLCC, the combination of the two.
Yeah, do you have approved exit bags?
Not yet.
Okay, that's okay.
Just a brief comment on this. I like the concept of the exit bags for the retail market. I just want to note that there may be some potential with the high dose medical products having non-child resistant just going out in an exit bag. I think that we need to strongly consider that high dosage products have the product itself in a child resistant container and make that clarification if it's not already in rule.
So the tincture bottle would then have to have a child resistant top on it, right? With this, right?
Yes.
So I think that that's a good point. So I mean, in some ways, we don't get to have it both ways, right? So we don't get to say that it is about packaging and child resistant and access, and then say, but I also don't want to do those things. So if it's about access, then we need to prevent access. If it's about serving size, then we need to address serving size. But I don't think we get to have it both ways. So I don't think I can sit up here and say, this is about access and we should have maximum dosage and serving size, and then say, I also don't want people to have to package the product itself in resealable child-resistant containers. So I would support what Jeremy is saying. I think it's consistent with what the messaging has been, that this is a prevention issue and not a serving and dose size issue.
But if we went ahead and said, even things in exit bags all have to be individually packaged in child-resistant packaging, in which case you would no longer need the exit bag. Would we apply that to everything, or just to edibles, or just to high-dose products? I mean, it doesn't seem like there's any reason to apply that to flour, for instance. Have you guys thought about this?
OLCC, I mean, I want to be careful, right, because the packaging is on the OLCC side. I'm actually not remembering right now if there's a particular requirement for usable marijuana versus flour. There may be, because House Bill 3400 says there has to be. Jamie?
So for usable marijuana, if everything leaving the store has to be in a child-resistant container, usable marijuana does not have to maintain or continue to be child-resistant.
But other products?
Other products must maintain child resistance throughout the life of the product, unless it's a single serving. If it's multiple servings, they have to maintain child resistance. If it's single serving, it just has to leave the store child resistant, and then once it's opened, it's okay.
So the joint committee has also proposed a bill that would be open containers. So actually the exit bag, I used to be in the right to die, and an exit bag is the bag you put over your head when you take drugs so you can die. So I'm cringing every time I hear this term used. Yeah. Anyway, but it would have the dual purpose of being the closed container in your car too, right? If this bill goes through from the joint committee.
I mean, it sounds like everything that's not single use has to be childproof for the life of the material until, so that's, I mean, that takes care of that.
Everything but usable marijuana, yep.
has to be childproof for the life of the product, except for usable marijuana and
So pre-rolls, are those usable marijuana?
Yes. Okay, so are we done? Any other things on labeling before we move on to testing? Excellent. Ahead of schedule. I love that. Okay. Moving on to testing. This starts at 333-007-0300. In your packet, page 11. So again, OHA has been tasked with setting the testing requirements for both the adult use and the medical side, the minimum requirements. You know, there are some exceptions to the testing requirements. You know, if you're just transferring to patients or caregivers, for example, you aren't required to go through the testing requirements. And as it stands now, all marijuana items that are sold in a dispensary would have to meet the testing requirements by June 1st, and a dispensary could not accept any items that hadn't been. We're not specifying who has to do the testing in these rules, which can make it a little bit hard to talk about. But as it stands now, and as it will continue to stand, you could have a producer or a processor doing the testing, or a dispensary, I guess, could take product in and have the testing done itself. There are some exceptions to that, the way the testing rules work out, because there are some things that have to be tested for certain things before they can be processed. So a dispensary can't accept an item that doesn't meet testing requirements on and after June 1st, 2016, or can't transfer anything that doesn't meet those testing requirements on or after June 1st, 2016. Products that do not comply with the testing requirements can continue to be in the dispensary. Yeah, so I should back up. Can continue to be in the dispensary, but you have to put a label on them that says it does not meet new testing requirements. So if you had product that hadn't been tested under the new rules, you could continue to sell it, but it's going to have a sticker on it so that consumers know whether it meets the new requirements or not. Right? So it's a sell down procedure. And there's nothing that keeps, if we've got, labs up and accredited and licensed, there's nothing that prevents folks from complying with the new testing requirements before that.
Would, if you were to comply with the new testing requirements before then, would you sufficiently be able to transfer the product with only that scope of testing, or would you also have to do what is technically current until June 1st? I'm not sure that there was any clarification made where the new results could be accepted and forego the old requirements before June 1st.
I would assume that, on the OHA sort of enforcement side, that if you were meeting the new testing requirements, nobody's going to get dinged for not meeting the old testing requirements. Okay? But if that isn't, we'll have to look at, I'm sure that's the intent. All right? Some of the definitions to pay attention to in 0310 is definition of a batch, which is a specific quantity of usable marijuana from a harvest lot. That then also takes you to the definition of harvest lot. And it's been a while since these definitions were crafted, but they're pretty similar, if not the same, as these definitions in Washington or Colorado or both. So a harvest lot is a specifically identified quantity of marijuana that is uniform in strain, cultivated using the same growing practices, harvested at the same time, and at the same location, and cured under uniform conditions. And a batch is also a quantity of a cannabinoid concentrate or extract or cannabinoid product from a process lot. And you look at the definition of process lot, which is at the bottom of page 13. Any amount of a cannabinoid concentrate or extract of the same type and processed at the same time using the same extraction methods, standard operating procedures, and batches from the same or different harvest lot. And then sort of that same phrase for cannabinoid products.
when you're only going to be growing 12 plants in theory under the new limits. You could have 12 different strains. Now, this makes total sense that we're going to test them for cannabinoid and potency, but if they're grown in a room the size of these tables, if you're encountering pests, disease, or whatever, they're not, these critters aren't strain specific. So I think the requirement to test each individual strain for pesticides, when they're all grown together, they're all part of the same harvest lot, can get incredibly expensive and prohibitive for medical growers in particular. Some patients, growers can grow in patients that need multiple strains, either CBD or THC strains. So I think we need to revisit this harvest lot in terms of uniform strain, in terms of some of the testing. Again, for potency, it makes sense. For the other stuff, it really doesn't.
I would actually have to tend to agree with Les's point there, particularly with pesticides. If you have a canopy with multiple different varieties or strains of cannabis in there, it would be appropriate with the right documentation and understanding of pest control measures to potentially do a random sampling of that batch. There may be some dilution, if there were pockets of pesticide applied to, just looking at what the risks may be. If there was a spot application of pesticides to a certain strain, but typically, my understanding of cultivation is you're applying those pest control measures across the entire canopy. So if it was defined as, pesticides could be done on multiple varieties that were grown in the same space or the same pest management program, I'm not sure how that would connect with the cannabis tracking system though, with each of the strains, I believe, having their own identification or each harvest lot, how we push that pesticide data or how we track that. I mean, there's some logistics there, but I would agree that particularly pesticides and lightly, maybe micro, I'll be weighing a little bit on that, could be done across a full canopy indeterminate of strain or variety.
But you have to have, don't you need to have strains separated out to do the potency testing? So I guess I'm not sure how you would do the sampling and what we'd be talking about here.
So just looking at from the sampling angle, so you would have to sample individual for that potency. So you would go do a sampling event that was potency only for that strain. And if you were going to then do your pesticide, you would evaluate what size sample you take, just standard sampling. You always evaluate, individual subsamples that are taken across the batch, how many of them and what quantity each of those units are based on the batch size. So you'll have slightly different variations if you have a small strain that you're going to take just a couple samples for subsamples to do potency, and then you have 15 containers, of different varieties. You just take those subunits from each of those, combine those, grind it down, and then you have that representation of not the strain, but just a number of containers that you're sampling. So from the sampling angle, it's doable. I think the committee would have to kind of look at some of the statistics behind that, but I think it's very doable with the right controls in place.
I think the sampling statistics are pretty straightforward.
I'm also one of the inspectors for Clean Rate Certified, which is a program that third-party certifies a garden or material or processor under the same standards that parallel the National Organic Program. So how we test for pesticides when we're testing a farm to certify a farm, we're matching the same accreditations as the National Organic Program to get your state USDA Organics trademark stamp. We would go into a farm after we've researched all their inputs, double check everything, take random samples from everywhere in the garden, soil, leaf material, whatever, all in one all-inclusive sample. We send that out to a testing agency. They test it in their protocol that matches the National Organic Program. We get the results. The same type of third-party analysis can be done by, say if you have a 10,000 square foot flowering space, and the lab comes in and tests,
pull samples from all over the garden when it's, pre-harvest or whatever, or it's where we can get some type of maybe certification that is in concordance with the state, with all these labs that are accredited, that kind of mitigates all this, testing that's gonna bog down everyone's system, and then kind of do these pesticide analysis in a way that's matching every other industry in the world, but with maybe a little more clarity and efficacy that we have because we're creating it all. To have the, just seems like a lot of redundancy and really isn't getting to the point of the issue like we could if we had, since we are having these third-party analysis heavily and we are having them in the grows, can we do it to a way to where it homogenizes the testing instead of making it more difficult?
And just as a point, I think this is all a really healthy conversation. From a practical standpoint, it may not be fully realistic with this first round of June 1st, but it's maybe something that we have as a goal for it would be complicated to set that program up, and I agree that we should continue to develop that concept when the time is right, and I think that we have to consider that as well.
So the pesticide testing is way more expensive than all the other, and it's a problem how much it's going to add to everyone's costs.
Well, that's why I'm at. That's why.
I know. So we talked about that for a long time.
Requires a consideration of that too.
That's right. So we talked about how to mitigate that cost at the OLCC RAC for a long time, and we talked about combining different strains into larger batches or merged batches for pesticide testing alone, in order to minimize how much people had to pay for a pesticide test. And for various reasons, I don't remember all of them, they had to do with the complexities of sampling, which are actually the nightmares. What they came up with, and I think this is still on the books, is that if you test clean a few times in a row, you don't have to test every batch anymore. Is that right, Shannon? Is that here, or is that just in the OSCC rules?
No, it's here.
So we thought about ways to combine batches and all of that stuff, and at the end they were like, actually, we can do better than that, which is you just test every damn batch for a little while, but then you get a pass if you're testing clean. I can't remember the nature of that, but
What's the little while?
I think it's a year. I think it's 12 months.
It's in 0490, so on page 20.
And we should look at revisiting that as well. I think that's a very productive section of these rules, and can fit a couple of these potential opportunities to make this more efficient. What I think should be defined in that year period is not just, or that time period is, or whatever that evaluation is going to be, it should not just be, say, over a year you test clean. What if somebody submits one batch and somebody else submits 200 over the course of a year? There has to be some kind of
The indoor versus the outdoor, there's an inherent discrimination here. And I would disagree about the sampling. That's been a good part of my career, vegetation sampling, not laboratory sampling, but it's not that complicated.
So Les and I,
think we can make it work.
Les and I have talked about this, and one of the things Les brought up to us was, is it more appropriate instead of a time-sensitive nature to say over a year, to say after so many crop cycles, or so many, or not crop cycles, but after so many batches, right? So after
crop cycles.
Okay, sure. So whatever number of batches is determined to be an appropriate number. I don't know if it's, did you have a number that you would propose to us?
Well, I know you guys talked about there's this 4-to-1 ratio of indoor and outdoor crop cycles. So an outdoor grower would only have to test once, and an indoor grower would have to test 4 times. Well, I'd say make it 1 all across the board. Arguably that number is up to
Different crop.
We can just put statistics towards it as well, and just to determine what your confidence interval that you want to ensure. I mean, we can just put the statistics towards it if that's a question we want to answer.
Why don't we do similar testing like the Department of Ag with like a 50-gram catcher's method or something, where they're taking however many grams out of the entire grow. That's the good part.
We could also look at the hop industry, closely related plants, and that is tested for alpha-humuon and other issues. Terpenes, same thing we're looking at some of our cannabinoid testing. I think we could learn from that industry on how to do is
Right.
reinventing the wheel.
And just as a fair warning, I guess, you know, there are other industries that have very good standardized sampling procedures. The way that they break this down, you know, from an FDA perspective, my understanding is there's different categories based on risk, 1, 2, and 3. And each of those categories has a separate number of subunits that have to be collected based on the risk status of that category, batch size, so on and so forth. A typical subunit is a minimum of 25 grams, and the smallest that we could get down with standardized methods for cannabis, I think, was 20 to 30 subunits times 25 grams. You know, that's a huge amount of, you know, usable cannabis to be sampling. So when we say we just want to use standardized methods, we do, but that's what the sampling committee is looking at, those standardized methods, to say we're not going to go take a pound and a half for this sample. You know, because literally, I mean, those are 25 gram minimum subunits, taking 10 to 30 of them per batch.
You would likely be doing the same thing with the amount of pesticide testing required, especially for medical growers who are producing a large number of strains. And again, I'm referring to the pesticide part of it. That's my concern, is the cost.
Yeah, and as a clarifying point, those subunits would encompass all the testing. You know, that would be a large sample that would be part micro, part pesticide, part potency.
Again, I would suggest looking at what the hop industry is doing, and the Department of Ag seems to be totally absent here.
The Department of Ag is engaged heavily in the sampling committee. There's a couple of representatives there. They've contributed very strongly and will definitely be part of this process. I believe part of the sampling subcommittee's charter is that once we come up with final recommendations, they're brought back to this Rules Advisory Committee for a broader stakeholder review.
All this sampling thing, on my point of view, makes it really difficult for the boutique farmer. You know, like, it makes it really hard. Now, just our collective alone, we have almost 100 strains. You know, I have to house these in multiple different gardens around the state just to, like, secure my genetic catalog. You know, and then imagine growing 1, 2, 3 of these plants just to fit these certain needs of whatever type of market, whatever type of person. You have like this many strains. It starts to, and you're like, oh yeah, okay, however many $100 tests per each little batch. It's just, I mean, it just takes out the refined artesian aspect of this reality. It's kind of hard.
It does, even at that $100 cost. And I've been trying to ask the question, how much is this new testing going to cost? I'm not getting any answers. It's real clear in House Bill 3400, Section 92, sub 8A. We're supposed to consider the ultimate cost to the consumer here, establishing a testing protocol.
I know that a comparable pesticide analysis on a hops matrix is about $300 to $400 for the pesticide alone. I would expect for the full scope of services for cannabinoid testing, somewhere above $250 per batch. The high level yet to be determined, and that will be different based on the different product types because they all have different test requirements as well.
That's why we really got to really work on this usable marijuana aspect of this. Is if we're looking at $300 a test, and say I only have a pound or 3/4 of a pound to go to market with this strain, and I have that say with however many strains, and if we're going to not do it in a homogenized pesticide batch testing like they do in every single industry, every single one.
I recall before the joint committee last year, Representative of one lab said just to bring the labs into compliance, meeting 4 lab standards or whatever, that alone was going to cost $300. And I'm hearing the pesticide testing is going to cost how much?
Our only point of reference at this point says no laboratory is offering the new service, as is required as June 1st, is a reference to the hops analysis of pesticides of similar, the hops is a similar commodity. The list is relatively similar, the technology is similar. I think certain agricultural labs are charging $300 to $400 for the same pesticide test.
But that's on a much larger batch though. We got everything.
Agreed, but it's the exact same test that's being